There's the link. Okay, so delete this one. All right, we're chilling now. So we should be live on Twitch. We should be live on YouTube. We should be good now. We should be golden. Should be able to see.
I have found more lost souls.
Everything. I hope. Let me actually refresh this too. All right. That's refreshed. Let me just actually check my specific YouTube channel. Oh, you guys can see? Oh, okay. I see you guys chatting. All right. And then on Twitch, let me just check to make sure that it's good over there. It says I'm online, but the dashboard that I watch doesn't show. All right, we're chilling. We're live on both. We're chilling on both. If you guys prefer Twitch, watch over there. But just where you guys prefer to be, you prefer to be. But I hope you guys are having a great day today. We hope you guys are chilling, enjoying yourselves. Today, we're doing a tier list. As I promised, we are going to be doing a tier list for... Well, I didn't promise this, but this is pretty much how it always works. Is I'm going to be doing a tier list for each season or each half season. So about every 2 months, they already confirmed that they're going to have a new season each or every 2 months. So that's going to be pretty much what we're looking at when we go for it. As you guys see, there's 4 categories here. And for those of you that are like, I kind of just want to get the tier list, I will make a shorter tier list later. So if you guys don't want to watch the entire thing, the same tier list is just going to be on a video and it's going to be shorter. I know sometimes you don't have enough time to watch through the entire stream, but if you like explanations on why I say things and stuff like that, this is always where you want to be, because this is where I give all that information. So yeah, there we go. There we go. I don't see multi-chat working. So let me actually, okay, so it's showing. Oh, I think when it comes to the multi-chat, I have to do something every stream. This is a lot. This is a lot, y'all, that I'm trying to do to make both streams work. All right, it should be fine. It should be fine. There you go. All right, we're chilling. We're chilling. There you go. There you go. Took a while. All right. So we're here. We're doing our things. Hope you guys are having a great day. Like I said before. Anyone have any questions or concerns about anything before we hop in? Give people enough time to join in. Anybody having any great breakfasts? Any great lunches? Anybody got any plans today? I played a little bit today, and I mean, I already voiced a little bit about it in our Discord, but they were okay. I had one game where I had to mute my whole team, almost all of them. Some people just intentionally act up during the match, and it's just like, why can't you guys just be adults? Why do you guys have to baby rage? So unfortunately, I had to mute a lot more people during that. But aside from that, the games are pretty decent. I'm 2 wins off Celestial 2. I was gonna keep playing, but I was like, you know, I'm just gonna chill. Just gonna hang out and relax. We have like, we have like 30 days, so I don't really want to rush. No, I just want to hang out. What's up, Dreamer? Hello, hello. What's up, Shirt? Hello, hello. Cameron Williams. Hello, hello. It's my road to Lord Cap weekend. Okay, I see you. Boopity boppity. Hello. Oh, man. Okay, so pretty much how this is going to go. Oh, and Kato, I didn't say hello to you. And Omri, I didn't say hello to you. And Zay, I didn't say hello to you. I'm sorry. I was getting like all my chats setup. So for the multi-stream thing, so I was missing a few, but I'm starting to see it all now. So we're chilling. I still think YouTube's kind of slow. Yeah, YouTube's a bit slow, but whatever. We'll make it do. You were 1 win from Celestial 2? Oh God, what happened? Oh no. Satyr, hello. So what's gonna happen today? We're gonna do this tier list. We're gonna do bronze to diamond first. As you guys know, there's different strengths and weaknesses for characters depending on the rank that you're in. So we're gonna be doing bronze to diamond first, and then we're gonna be doing diamond to one above all second. For you to know which character I'm talking about, I'm going to have it on the screen right here. So obviously we're going to start off with Adam Warlock, and so that is who you see. This is just a great way for you if you get lost in the stream, or if you want to go back and look at a character, it's going to be here. You're going to be able to see who I'm talking about based off who you see right below me. So I thought that would be a great way for you guys to just kind of keep track. I know it can get a little bit messy sometimes, especially because we tend to have some we tend to have some conversations about some things. So yeah. You returned to Plat? Okay. Welcome back to Plat. All right, here we go. Let's run it up. So, first, we're going to do, like I said, bronze to diamond. Boom, bam, shamalam. Okay, so the first we have Adam Warlock. And as you see, we have 4 categories here. The 4 categories are solo carries. These are going to be characters that are, well, just that. They can solo win you the game. As long as you play them well, you'll win. And it's not you have to be a one trick to make them work well. They're just very good characters. And if you even learn just the basic fundamentals, they will have you have a way more advantage in your game. Then you have decent team equals easy wins. So these are pretty much characters that are, for the most part, not reliant too much on their team. But if your team just is okay, they can press buttons properly, it'll make your game will probably most likely be a win. Then you have match by match basis. These are like coin flip characters. These are characters that are like 50-50. Some games, if the team allows you to roll them over, you will. Some games, if they don't, you won't. It's kind of like until you really, really learn a lot more about that character, they're kind of like, maybe I'll win, maybe I won't. And then you have the not worth the time. I always have this here because I feel like some characters just are not worth learning and not worth picking up at the moment, especially for specific ranks. So that's why I have that. And it will always be there for every single tier list that's based off of solo climbing. I do want to, again, say this is a solo climb tier list. This is not if you have a group of 3 or a group of 6, and it's not about that. And it's also not about team ups. This is about the character specifically and how it can affect your climb when you're climbing. So I always preface that, but I still get the same comments and things like that. So I'm saying it again. This is not based off if you have someone playing with you and you guys have a comp, and I'm going in by myself with no comms, and I don't know if somebody's going to pick a team up for me and things like that. It's for those type of players, because that's what I am. I'm a solo player. I don't play with anybody for the most part. Actually, I've never played with anybody on my main account, and I don't rely on anybody. I rely on myself. So that's the type of player that you are. This is the tier list for you. Anyway, first things first, we got Adam Warlock. So with Adam Warlock, he's just kind of always been the same. He's got a little buff, but it was never enough to really make him super powerful. You really only want to one-trick this character. If you don't one-trick the character, he's not that great. He has a lot of damage. Yes, he has the buff to where if you get a critical shot on the head, he gets lower cooldown on heals. But the fact remains that he's very immobile, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But what he has to compensate him being immobile is not really there. As an example, if you have like, I don't know, Spider-Man. He doesn't really do a lot of damage, but the fact that he's very mobile makes up for the fact that he does no damage. He can pretty much be very hard to hit and still continuously do damage to you. Adam Warlock doesn't have that offset. He doesn't have appeal. He doesn't have really anything. The only thing he has is his soulbound, which makes it spread out the damage. I think he's good right now in terms of being able to heal flyers, though. A lot of the characters being played right now this season are very fast or just flyers, which means he doesn't have to aim. You could just look at him and just snap his fingers, and he has that heal off. But there's so much consistent poke damage now that the character itself doesn't provide much. Like the only way that The only way that you will win with this character is if you know how to do damage. He's not really like a heal bot character. He's not someone who provides the proficiency. Now, I do know we have a lot of 3 healers this season, so we do want to take that into account. But I'm going to say, I don't want to say it's not worth learning this particular season, because I generally do always say that. I'm going to say it's match by a match basis. Is your team understanding of how to play? Does your team understand that you can't constantly heal? With Poke, it's a little bit slower of a pace of gameplay, so they're not always going crazy and going deep. Do you understand how to play yourself? I would say not worth the time, but the fact that there's a lot of 3 healers this season, especially in low rank, when it used to only be a high rank thing, he actually can perform a lot more because he's less stressed out in terms of having the 2-man heal. So I think for the most part, Adam can definitely be there. It's based off your match, you know, based off what they pick, what you pick, what your team picks, how you play. There's just all those factors. But he's definitely better than he was last season. And if you know how to at least do damage, you're providing way more, especially because Ultron is one of those characters as well that does a lot of damage. So pair your damage with Ultron's damage. Maybe you have a Cloak and Dagger, that's a lot of damage, and you have an actual lineup of DPS and tanks that do damage as well. You're gonna pump out a lot of damage together. But on that off chance that you have characters that don't do a lot of damage, and it's kind of just, or the off chance you only have 2 healers, he's very lackluster. So it is match by match basis. You can't just, you're not about to snowball wins like crazy. It's really just based off what you have in the game at that point. What map do you have? Because some maps are very hard for this character. And kind of goes like that. So that's where I think we are with this character. The next character that we have is Black Panther. So when we're talking about Black Panther, this character went through a lot of nerfs in the past, like at the very, very start in season 0. One of the main things that made Black Panther a problem was he's very hard to hit. He's very hard to take down even if you do hit him. And even now, that's pretty much how it is. If Black Panther gets an overshield every time that he successfully eats a mark. So he basically gets mini overshields every single time he plays. So you got to take out the overshield and you still have to hit him anyway, which is just very hard to do. In lower ranks between bronze and diamond, it doesn't really matter what if you're on console or PC. He's just a very hard character to hit, and he has such a high threat level. Black Panther doesn't really need to know when to go in and why. All he needs to do is go in and do his combo. Whether or not he KOs anybody, he's too much of a threat to leave alone, so the team is always looking at you. He's like a pseudo dive tank, except he can KO a target. And he's one of those characters that if you do it enough, you'll tilt the enemy team and you'll just kind of get a free win because you're very hard to deal with. There's a lot of flyers in this game now, though. However, you don't need to pick off the entire team. Again, he's like a pseudo tank, a pseudo dive tank, meaning that he could still do what like Cap does or Hulk does or Thor. He could do what they do and still distract, still be annoying, still have flyers look at him. And that's the type of thing that gives him value. So it's not actually just about taking the KO, but it's also about being very, very hard to hit and very hard to deal with. In my opinion, this character is one of the best solo carry characters in the game. Not for the fact that he's not only for the fact that he's very hard to hit, but for the fact that he does a lot of damage. And all it takes for you to learn him is just learning this specific thing here. And it doesn't even need to be fast. All you need to do is learn to get the mark, dash, mark, dash, and then you can even spin kick if you want, and you got a KO. It's very hard to hit the character because he's very fast. If you add in wall running, if you add in different types of combos, like you really can get far with learning just how to play the character and not how to play the game. That's the strength of Black Panther. And I highly recommend playing this character if you guys like melee characters and you guys like fast-paced characters. I know, like I said, there's a lot of flyers, but that's not really a weakness to him. And if you're a really good Black Panther, you can deal with the flyer anyway. So very, very good character. Very easy to win a game by yourself. Very easy to win a game by yourself. The next character that we have is going to be Black Widow. So with Black Widow, she's recently got a buff, and she's been getting buffed kind of periodically. And she also has a team up with the Punisher, and that is to allow her to shoot through targets. Now, I haven't seen this team up in action in terms of I haven't seen it in a real match. I don't think people generally play those two characters together, so might be ineffective. And then on top of that, the season has a lot of flyers, and flyers don't typically sit back to back. So I honestly don't know like how often you'll see the team up. But even you'll have to be very good with Black Widow. And honestly, there's so many other characters that can do what she does. It's not important to learn her right now. And I've been saying that every single season since season 0, since I started doing tier lists. She's just, there's never really much to say about it. You either one-trick this character or you don't. And even if you do one-trick this character, she just doesn't provide a lot for you. It's very inconsistent. I've seen some really good Black Widow players, but even then, you're still at a disadvantage from other characters. Like Hela, as an example, just got a buff to have more ammo. But the Black Widow still has the you shoot and you have to reload. You shoot and have to reload. There's a very big plus side to the character. She's able to break walls with her batons a lot easier than all the other characters in the game. Well, mostly all the characters in the game. But even still, she just requires a lot. Now, there's two types of Black Widows. There's a Black Widow that just kind of sits back and snipes. And then there's more like a battle snipe Black Widow. And I think those Black Widows get a lot more value out of the character than trying to sit AFK in a spot and look for lineups. If you play Black Widow like that, she's definitely a lot better. But that takes a lot of skill and that takes a lot of game knowledge. And you most likely will not be successful doing that. You would have to be a good player. And if you are a good player, you wouldn't even be in these ranks in the first place. And I don't mean it in a negative way. Like if you're a bad player, if you're in bronze and diamond, that's not what I'm saying. But there's a really, really high level like thought process that goes into this character when you play that way. And it's just not something that I've ever seen in bronze to diamond ever. And so I don't think that she is even worth learning right now, because there's so much stuff that you guys have to learn to even get out of diamond, get out from bronze to diamond, that unless you really love the character, it's just not worth playing her. So that's just my feeling on her right now. Even if you do land shots as a snipe Black Widow, the amount of heals, the fact that there's 3 healers means you're probably not going to get much out of it, because you're going to have to consistently land shots. It's 3 body shots and 2 headshots. Or 3 body shots and either 2 headshots or 1 headshot and a body shot, which just gets healed up like that, or they go into cover by the time you can land it. It's just very hard to pull off. Next, we have Cap. So when we're talking about Cap received a few buffs, and I already figured that they would overshoot their buffs. When I read the buffs for Cap, he got buffed twice. He got adjusted once to feel better, and then he got buffed another time. And the adjustments were great. I felt like they were kind of overkill, and then he got buffed, and I knew that was overkill. I even said it. Like if I had the clip, I would show it. But I even said it when I read the notes. I was like, this is not going to be good, and it wasn't. So they had to nerf him. They nerfed him this patch, and within this patch, what they did was they took away the amount of time it takes for his shield to recover. So I'll go ahead and demonstrate that right now. For those of you that don't actually play Captain America, every character in this game that has a shield has a recovery period when you get it low. So let's just say that's what I have. Look at the bottom left. This is how long it takes. So it takes about, I think it's 4 seconds flat for it to start recharging. That's a very, very long time, especially if it's very, very low, right? Which means you can't play the game. If you go in without a shield as Cap, you better be very good at dodging shots. Otherwise, you're going to get lit up and you're going to get KO'd. That's what they adjusted with this patch. And so when we're talking about Cap right now, if you don't one-trick, you don't know how to do this. This is something called shield management. And this is something that strange players have to do as well. So if you're a strange player, it's very easy for you to play Cap in terms of that type of logic, in terms of the shield management game. That being said, when we're talking about Captain America in bronze to diamond, Last season, I would have put him in decent team equals easy win. Because if Cap can do whatever he wants, like if the team is very self-sufficient and he can do whatever he wants, he literally just runs to the back line and just sits there. And they have to put a lot of resources to stop them. But not only because of the nerf now and the fact that we're having a lot of flying characters, he goes down to match by match basis. And the reason for this is because if there are multiple flyers, there's not many players that know how to play into flyers as Cap. You got to be a one trick. And this list is not about one tricks. On top of that, if your team is not the correct team to complement Cap, you're going to lose. And by this, I mean, because there's a lot of 3 healers, players are starting to force tanks to solo tank. And Cap as a solo tank works, but it's very hard to do correctly. And you will definitely notice this if you ever went against a solo Cap. Like I don't know what most of them are doing. Now, you guys have seen me play Cap and I can pull it off, but you have to understand a lot. And unless you are a one trick, you probably don't know how to do it. And you probably will just play a different character in general. So I think he's a match by match basis. Does your team have another tank? Is your team more self-sufficient? Are they packing 3 to 4 flyers, or are they packing more grounded supports? On top of that, are they packing Invisible Woman? Are they packing Cloak and Dagger? Are they packing Rocket? Is Rocket pocketing whoever you go on to? There's a lot of things that make the character more of a nuisance rather than an actual threat. And if teams understand that you're being more of a nuisance than a threat, they'll just straight up ignore you, which means you get no value, which means you're probably not going to win the game. So it is a match by match basis. You're not going to be just playing games and winning matches with the character. Next, we have Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger, in my opinion, has always been one of the best supports in the game since the start of the game. She's been nerfed. She's been hit by things. She's been buffed. She's been all over the place, honestly. And they really want to keep her relevant because they nerf her and they buff her almost the exact same patch every time. When we're talking about Cloak and Dagger, Cloak and Dagger's weakness is the burst heal effect that she has, right? And the weakness is that the cooldown is very long. The other weakness to Cloak and Dagger is you have to know how to play both. You can't just be a heal bot and you can't just be a damage threat. You have to learn how to balance both. The value of Cloak and Dagger really comes in the fact that she can 1v1 divers before they even get to you. If you can take out a Spider-Man or at least get him low, or a Black Panther, get him low before they get to you, they're not going to approach you. If they do, they're going to KO 100% every single time. So she has the ability to fight off something before it gets to them. And if she swaps to Cloak, that's usually enough to deter players to run away from you, or at least be a little bit more cautious. On top of that, she gets a lot of value from her ultimate. Yes, she can be stopped in her ultimate, but just be more mindful when you ult, and you're creating a lot of space. What you're also doing is you're creating a field where they have to either leave or you fight in it and you KO. You can't out damage anybody in a Cloak and Dagger ultimate because it does a lot of damage to you, on top of the team actually doing damage to you as well. This means she provides a lot of value whether she's ulting or not. And it's very rare to have a character in the game. There's only a handful of characters in the game that provide equal value both out of ult and in ult. And I think Cloak and Dagger is one of those characters. If you can manage to play Cloak and Dagger well, you will carry your games by yourself. It's a very, very, very strong character. And if you guys are looking for a character that is self-sufficient, can get away, can fight almost anything, even tanks, this will be the character. And obviously, if you like burst heals, which she has, that's good too. The only downside is if you waste your abilities, you don't really have anything left and you're not going to get a lot of healing done. But the fact that she has AoE heals, so this is what she has here. If she hits, oops, I'm sorry, not her. I'm gonna hit my teammate. If she hits her teammate, you see how she has AoE heals. So everybody in this circle gets healed up every time, and she doesn't even have to aim. This is really, really, really strong. It's like a mini Ultron heal. So realistically, you're providing value even though you don't even know, even though you're not managing this, just spamming provides you with just enough value because you're popping off AoE heals even with your regular primary. If you can learn to manage this properly, you're going to be very, very strong, especially if you're preventing a dive on your teammate or something like that. It does wonders because you can get close to them and heal yourself as well as heal them at the exact same time. So if I get a little bit of damage here, you see, it's very hard to dive anybody that's, if they are focusing someone else, it's very hard to KO them. It's very hard because she'll just do this. And if you try to focus her, she's healing herself while healing them at the same time. And she's already very, very hard to hit. If it really does come to push, come to shove, she just throws that down and takes you out. So very, very good at carrying a match. And it requires very good knowledge to dive with Cloak and Dagger and be successful. Even then, I still tend to run away after because it's just very difficult to do it. Yeah, she can also pressure flyers as well. Good point to bring up, Cloudy. She can also pressure as well. The next character that we're going to talk about is going to be Doctor Strange. So when we're talking about Doctor Strange, even before he got buffed this patch, he's been getting nerfed and buffed like repeatedly. Every single time, every patch, he's just nerfed and buffed. This is one of those characters that I'm pretty sure they always want strong because he's one of those solid foundations to the game. He's one of those pillars. You need a Strange sometimes because he's very flexible. He's very fundamental. And what's up, Spade? I just noticed that. Are you streaming only on Twitch? No, I'm streaming on YouTube as well. I'm just giving people the opportunity to watch on Twitch or on YouTube if they would like. It's up to you guys which one you want to prefer to watch on. But yeah, when we're talking about Doctor Strange, he's just necessary. He's necessary. He has a great shield. He has a great way to deal with flyers. He can peel. He can do a lot, and that's why I think they always want him strong. On top of that, he became an anchor this patch, and if you guys don't know, anchors tend to get bonus stats. So if you're an anchor Vanguard, you get bonus HP, sometimes damage in Cap's case. If you are a anchor DPS, you usually get bonus damage, and if you are an anchor support, you generally get bonus healing. And an anchor is someone that is selected that gives your team a team up. So Doctor Strange gives Scarlet Witch the team up, which is why he's an anchor. So we're not going to talk too much about team ups though, but I just want you guys to know about the passive stats. And anchors are always having their stats are always amplified whether or not they have the team up active or not. So Doctor Strange is tankier regardless if Scarlet Witch is played or not. And then they also just buffed his damage as well. So they made it so that his Maelstrom, which is this now doesn't have fall off damage. It used to, but it doesn't anymore. He also has reduced fall off damage for his daggers, which means he can fight a little bit further away and still do a lot of damage for this buff that he got. On top of that, he had a buff to his shield, which they did not seem to take away. So it recovers a little bit quicker. He's just a very, very solid character. He could pretty much fit into any team comp. He could pretty much do whatever he wants. And if you play him properly, he will always give you wins. On top of that, his ultimate, which is the Eye of Agamotto, so this right here, it's a full-on team stun. This also hits flying characters. So if they were flying above me, as an example, like let's just say that Luna is a flyer, it will hit. Now, obviously there's a ledge there, so she didn't get hit. But the fact that you can hit flyers with this is huge because you can literally just fly up and get a pick on 2 flyers. Just boom. And you can either hit the people below, hit the people up top. You can even stay levitated to hit the flyers, and you can get free picks like this. And as you climb from bronze to diamond, a pick is all you need to win the fight. So if you can just charge up your ult, get a pick, or even more, especially because people tend to be out of position a lot, you just win a fight like that every single time. And on top of that, a lot of people are very out of position. You didn't even need the ult. You just hit something a few times, you walk up, you do that, and you get the KO. Very strong character, and I definitely think he is a solo carry. If you guys want a tank that can straight up win a game by themselves, it's him. And that's not even talking about the portal usage, being able to flank, the portal usage, being able to block doorways. I mean, this dude is nasty. I would play him more, but I like fast-paced gameplay. At least in Cap's case, fast-paced gameplay. But I did have an account rank up with just Strange so that I can put him in my back pocket if I really, really, really wanted to play him. So I do play him from time to time when I really need him. Do you have drops on again? Yeah, I think I do have drops on again. So they are there. I don't even touch them. They just automatically come on. Melees go through shields. It does, but it doesn't really do much. It's not much of a problem. All right, moving on to the next character. Groot. So when we're talking about Groot, a lot of people were permabanning him last season, and I didn't really have the want or need to permaban him. So when we're talking about Groot, one of the main reasons that people are going to ban the character is because he cuts off your line of sight. As an example, if that's your healer and you're fighting and Groot walled, she can't heal you anymore. This is pretty much one of the main reasons why people ban Groot. Although all it takes is for your tank to go sideways, as an example. Sorry, Groots, I'm telling on you guys right now. Don't be mad at me. All it takes is for your tank to tank a little bit sideways, and he's gonna wall, and look, oh, I can still get healed by my healers. So instead of trying to tank face to face, just off angle. If he walls this way, they can see you. And if he walls this way, they can see you. It's just off angle how you tank, and nobody needs to worry about walls. And now a really good Groot player will definitely still know how to do things. But for the most part, on like a basic level, that is why people ban Groot. You could also just position better as a healer. If we know that your tank's gonna get walled up, instead of standing there, you can just stand up like this. So no matter what, you can still heal your target. Again, it's just a very skill check heavy character. I always said that. Are you good enough to understand what to do or not? If you're not, he's a problem. If you are, he's not a problem. They also nerfed his walls. So they nerfed how much damage this does. Dispatch. It's not as strong as it used to be. That will activate whether or not it's Groot hitting or his teammate. But it doesn't really do too much to me. Like I think that it was necessary, but it's not really a make or break for the Groot player, in my opinion. That being said, I want to say that it is a pretty decent team. It's an easy win type character. All it takes is for your team to abuse, like not even abuse. If you wall somebody, they should know to hit the person you just walled. If they understand that type of gameplay, they will win. Groot is very good with anybody because he's very telegraphed as a teammate, right? As an example, if you were to have me tank for you and I played Cap, you might not know what I'm doing and why. But Groot is very easy. If I walk up and I'm fighting someone and I wall them and you see the green wall, you know that if you attack the character, you're going to get bonus damage from the wall. So theoretically speaking, if you understand that small concept, everybody should focus who he just walled off, which means that if your team is decent at the game, he'll be beneficial. Now, there are some counters to Groot, but in my opinion, the counters to Groot in this rank doesn't really affect him. Like, you're gonna have to... It's not a problem. It's not a problem. The only way that you really straight up counter this character, other than just positioning a little bit better, is by playing specific characters, and those characters take a lot of skill, and you most likely aren't going to have to deal with that right now. Maybe towards Diamond you will, but from my experience, Groot just kind of gets away with whatever he wants to get away with, along with other characters in the game. When you're going between Bronze and Diamond, they could just do whatever they want. So I think he's on decent team, easy win. He's never really been a solo carry character. Yeah, you can have great ults just like Doctor Strange, but the thing about it is Groot doesn't do as much damage as Doctor Strange from burst perspective. Yes, he can wall you and then but it's all telegraphed. It isn't just out of nowhere. Doctor Strange could charge and you don't even know that he just charged up to 90%, and he will just all of a sudden walk towards you, smack you once or twice, and blow you up. Groot, I'm gonna walk, I'm gonna put my hands up, I'm gonna wall down, then I'm gonna throw my grenade at you, and then I'm gonna hit or he's just gonna poke you from wherever you are, and it's more telegraphed and you have more time to move. Strange will just he will just, it's a wrap. So That's why he's not a carry character. Everything that he does is telegraphed, and you already know what he's going to do. The only way that he's going to carry is with his ultimate, and I just don't think that's enough because you can whiff it, or somebody can heal it, like Loki can just straight up clone heal it. It's just too inconsistent. So that's where I think he is with that. It's not the same with other tanks like Iron Fist and Wolverine with 800 HP who really going to check Groot. Yeah, but most of those characters... I'll say that they need to play better than Groot in order for them to get value. Whereas Groot doesn't really need to do as much to get value. All right, except put up walls. The next character that we have is Hawkeye. So Hawkeye he's been kind of a menace lately. They actually ended up, I think, buffed him a little bit, but in the past as well. But he's been a bit of a menace lately, and one of the main reasons is because players don't know how to use cover. Players don't know how to use cover that well, and because of this new season, all the snipers are having field days. Flying characters as well. I think as the season progresses a little bit more and more and more, we're going to have players understand how to use cover a little bit more frequently. This is kind of where Doctor Strange shines, because even if your teammates don't know how to use cover, the fact that you're playing Doctor Strange and giving them a shield means that they don't really have to pay too much attention to it, and which is another reason why he gains a lot of value and why I put him at the solo carry. Talking about his potential to carry a match, you need to aim. Now, you don't need to get snipe shots because he's not technically a sniper. He's more of just a really high damage dealer. But you do need to aim. And the only time that Hawkeyes really get value, and this is just from my perspective of playing, my experience, they only get value if you pocket them. Hawkeye players generally are very tunnel visioned, and Hawkeye players generally have really awful positioning. And the only way that they get around that is if you pocket. And so if they have a duo or something like that, and they're playing with them, they will pocket him, and he doesn't have to pay too much attention to positioning, and he most likely will ignore the diver unless it's a very easy shot. Otherwise, he's going to just pay more attention to what's in front of him. That being said, if he's not getting pocketed, he's going to have a lot of positioning mistakes, and he's going to end up taking a lot of damage. Now, does that mean that he can't carry a game if he's just a better player? No. But it does mean that his gameplay is very inconsistent. Whether or not you can aim is very inconsistent. Whether or not you're going to get dove. Whether or not you're going to get pocketed. And remember, this is a solo queue tier list, so that you're not playing with someone most of the time. I like him a lot. I don't know if you guys know, but I actually play a lot of Hawkeye. I play him on my DPS account, and I also play him on my main account from time to time. I really, really like the character, but I also understand that you have to play out your mind in order to carry a match, and that's not happening every match. We're only human. We're gonna have problems, and so unless you're smurfing, the character is not that strong. If you're in a rank that you deserve to be in, you're not gonna win a lot of your games just because you're playing Hawkeye. You are gonna need to play well, and you are gonna need to have someone pocket you to really do something, because you have to kind of be close to do it unless you charge your shot and then look at someone as it's charged before the charge goes away. And that's a lot of, like, he's a very micro heavy character. He's a very mechanical character. You need to be precise with almost everything that you do. You cannot waste things. And that right there is a lot. That's like a one trick type of thing. And so in my opinion, unless you're a really one trick heavy character, I'm going to say match by match basis. This tier list is not about the power the character holds. This tier list is about the ability for you to climb Sijupic the character if you are not a straight on 100-hour one trick. There's better options than Hawkeye, in my opinion. And as much as I love the character, as much as I know what he's capable of, you need to be pocketed. 1000% you need to be pocketed if you're really going to pull off some intense line of sight shots, because you need to sit there for a while. You need to not only charge, but you need to aim while you're charging, and then you also need to make sure you let go at the right time. He is very good in the tanks, though. I will say that he's very good in the tanks with the amount of damage that he has. But yeah, that's what I feel where he's at. it's kind of a mix between match by match basis and decent team. But even if your team is decent, he might not get as much value just based off the inconsistency of the. That's rough. Because if you do have a decent team, you can play the game a lot more. That's freaking rough, bro. Because match by match basis isn't your personal performance. If you're able to just play and just snipe shots for free and nobody messes with you, you're chilling. Ooh, that's hard. That's hard. I'm gonna move him up. I'm gonna move him up because I definitely think that if your team is just okay, bro, Hawkeye's gonna have a field day. So I'm gonna say if your team is decent, it's gonna work. Match by match basis is a little bit too strict for Hawkeye, so we're gonna move him up. We're gonna move him up. I don't think he can solo carry a match by himself. You do need your team to do it, but if your team is alright, like they don't really need you to do much, and you just are sitting there taking pop shots after pop shots after pop shots, the dude's a menace. So I'll put him up higher. I'll put him up higher. I don't think he deserves to be that low. That was pretty low. Hey, what's up, Poke? How you doing? Life's been crazy. Glad I could finally catch you. Hey, I'm glad you're here. I hope your family's doing all right. I hope your baby's doing good. Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah, that's where I think he deserves to be. Let's move on to Hela. So Hela is, she's basically like Hawkeye, just better. And less stressful. Hawkeye requires a lot more work than Hela, in my opinion. Maybe you guys think differently, but in my opinion, Hawkeye requires way less work or Hela requires way less work than Hawkeye, like way less work than Hawkeye. And he's more, or she's more, I don't want to say accurate, but she's more, there's a word I'm looking for. She's more like snappy. That's not the word I'm looking for, but that's the best word I can come up with right now. Like when she wants to do something, she can do it. Hawkeye is more about setting up. She's more about an instant type of gameplay. And I think she can do a lot with a lot less effort. Also, if we factor in her ultimate, which is a very good AoE heavy ultimate, I mean, it's even an ultimate that can help take out a healer in ult because she does a lot of damage. If your team does damage while you hit somebody with your ult, you will take out that healer almost every single time. So I think she provides a lot. She also forces with that ultimate for them to back up. She's creating a lot of space. Now it can be sucked up by Magneto. It can be blocked by Doctor Strange. She can be shot out the air, etc., etc., etc. But it's still a very threatening ultimate to have. And she also has a way to stop dives. Like that, the pulse that she brings in, so this move here.
You need not fear me.
It's a great way to stop dives because it sucks them in. And she can even get really, really creative. And if it's a doorway, she can throw it on the doorway at the top and it's going to suck them up and backwards. It's a very strange ability, but when you learn to use it in all these crazy, strange ways, you're going to realize like how powerful that one move is. She also has a lot of burst damage with this ability. And that burst damage is very unpredictable. As much as I've played into this character, I still know when I get smacked with that, I need to be very cautious because I don't know how much damage it's gonna do to me. Like we know the numbers, obviously, and if I'm that much of a tryhard, then I'll, you know. But based off what she hits, like even just that, you don't know how much it's gonna do to you. It's a lot of damage, and so if you get smacked by that and you still push Hela, you most likely are gonna get KO'd. She's very, very strong in that regard. And again, she's just a lot less effort. I think, in my opinion, she's a very, very good solo carry character. I think that if you play Hela, you are going to stomp games, and it's going to be like no other, especially in a specific meta where there's 3 healers, where you can just one-shot these healers with your ult. You can one-shot these healers with your snipe game, and then you have flyers, which can also have you one-shot. Hela basically just becomes very uncontested because there's not a lot of divers. If there's no one that's going to dive you, you can get away with a lot. But the difference between Hawkeye and Hela is that Hela can hit from a lot further without much setup, whereas Hawkeye does need to charge. He does need to be in specific spots. He does need to have certain aim locations because of his projectile-based shot and the arc that it does. Hela has a hit scan. Hela shot just goes straight, and everything is just very straightforward for this character. So I think she's a very, very solid. If you want to learn a sniper, this would be the one to learn, or at least the poke character. This is the one to learn. Very solid character and very good at carrying you, especially in these ranks where people's positioning are generally not the best. So yeah, I'd recommend playing her. These 3 months going on 4. Wow, it's been that long. Jesus, time flies, man. Next we have Hulk. So when we're talking about the Hulk, he's been nerfed a few, but he's also been buffed. I think one of the major buffs to the Hulk is the movement speed buff. He is now faster. He is really fast. Like, he's almost as fast as Cap, and Cap is fast. Cap is actually he's like deceptively fast. Like, the character is not actually that fast. If you had a foot race with Cap, with most of these characters, you kind of can keep up a little bit. But he is very, very fast. But one of the main things that makes this character like really, really fast is he doesn't lose speed when he punches. You see what I mean? Look how fast he is when you punch and when you don't punch. But for a character like Cap, you see what happens? So some characters actually lose speed when they punch or shoot, and he is not one of them. That makes him a very, very strong character. Also, he's able to do that while jumping. And he doesn't lose anything from doing it. He can effectively just hold the button. But one of the main things that make Hulk extremely strong is his hitbox. That is smacking her, and I'm not even touching her. His hitbox is the size of this character or even more. When we're talking about something like Cap, his hitbox is not nearly as big. So if anybody decides to circle Cap like this, Cap will miss. It's very easy to get him to miss. Jump around, very easy. But when we're talking about the Hulk, that doesn't happen. You're not out maneuvering this character. If he's on you, you're going to get KO'd regardless. There's no way you're getting away from him. And that's one of the things that makes him incredibly strong. The other thing that makes him incredibly strong is just the ability to have infinite jumps. This character can always jump, and he had a buff to make it so that he can jump more frequently. That bar charges up way faster now. So he can jump more frequently, and he can chase you a lot further. Now, we're not even going to talk about his other abilities that are very impactful. But just based off of that, he's been a threat. Also, you can see he's very tanky. He has 750 HP. That's a lot of HP. On top of this shield, that is a team-based shield. Not only does it protect you from damage, but it also protects you from being swallowed by... It's a CC protection, so it's crowd control. So it prevents you from being swallowed by Jeff. It prevents a lot of that. So very, very strong character in regards to having a very flexible playstyle. And he can also deal with flyers. Now, in my opinion, if the flyer has any sense of awareness, he shouldn't be able to tackle them, but he can get some cheeky flight. Some cheeky flight hits for the most part. He has always been very strong to me. Even in season 0, a lot of players are like, Hulk sucks. And I'm like, bro, you're trolling. This character is ridiculous. And as time progressed, people started to come along and see what I saw. Even now, even when there's flyers, it doesn't really matter. The thing that he has over Cap is he's even harder to hit than Cap. Yes, his hitbox is very big, but the fact that this guy is moving constantly means that it's very hard for you as a flyer to really get this guy. So if this guy is on your healer, it only takes a few hits, which he can soak up your shots. You're not going to one-shot a Hulk. And then by the time he gets low, he takes him out, dips out, rinse and reset. It's pretty ridiculous how free this character is in terms of movement, in terms of how he plays and stuff like that. He doesn't really have a weakness in my opinion. That being said, he requires a lot of practice. He's not like a mindless type of character. You're not about to just pick this character up and be like, I'm winning games. That's not really how the Hulk works, ever. So you do have to understand that when you play this character, he's not about to be just some free, I pick you up and I win. That being said, he is a solo carry character in my opinion. Very, very strong character. And the better you get at this character, the more ability he has to solo carry. I've run into some very, very good Hulk players, and Jesus, the amount of pressure, the amount of damage, the amount of threat level that this character always has is ridiculous. But it does take practice, and it does take effort. That being said, I don't think I should lower him on this list, because if you play him for 5 games, you're going to be better. 10, you're going to be better. 20, you're going to be better. And he just slowly helps you get better and better. He's one of those characters that no matter how much you play him, you improve every single time. As an example, Doctor Strange is one of those characters that you need to actively try to improve on certain aspects of your gameplay. He's very methodical. The Hulk is one of those characters where as you play, you improve. There's always something you could do better every single match. And you don't even have to, you could subconsciously improve on it. Oh, I'm getting better at jumps. You don't have to think about it. You just eventually get better at your jumps, get better at my skill shots, get better at my dives, get better. Like all this just gets better over time as you play this character. And I think that's one of the main reasons. Not only does he teach you to play better, but he also just does it. He also just has a lot to this character. Next we have Iron Fist. I hate this character with a passion, bro. This character is annoying. So a lot of people think that this character is unplayable, which makes no sense to me. One thing that I always say about the Marvel Rivals community is that when nerfs and buffs happen to characters, they tend to be over-exaggerated. And I mean over-exaggerated. The type of titles that I see on streams and on YouTube are ridiculous. And I'm not calling anybody out. I'm not saying their content is poor or anything like that. But I'm just saying the amount of over-exaggeration going into these type of titles and into these nerfs and buffs is just ridiculous. Especially because it's nothing game-changing. What they did was made him a little bit less. What they did with him was made him less tanky, and not by a long shot, or not by a huge margin. It was just a little bit. And if you are an Iron Fist player, you know for a fact you're just very hard to hit in general. So it doesn't make sense for you to be so tanky. It's pretty much similar to Cap. Cap got nerfed, and a lot of Captain America players came to me and was like, "Bro, this character sucks now." And I'm like, "It's not as bad as you guys think it is. It's actually fine. If you play Cap, you're okay. You're okay. You're not." And it's the same thing with Iron Fist. They just made it so he's easier to KO. They didn't do anything crazy to this character on this change. And I think with the fact that we always over exaggerate these changes makes it so that I don't really know how to explain it, but it's just something that always happens. In my opinion, this character is pretty much the exact same. He just requires a little bit more thought. He's not as brainless as he used to be. He still is hold the trigger and you get KOs. But you can't just sit there, right? And arguably, he still can. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. They also removed the distance he could travel by punching without a target there. So I'm pretty sure it's this. They removed the distance he can travel doing this. Not sure how he's considered unplayable because he can't just like move forward while punching nothing. So for the most part, he's still the same. He just doesn't have a lot of the nonsense that you kind of use to get away with things. That's all. But the damage is still there. The combos are still there. The way you play him is still exactly the same. And any true one trick that plays Iron Fist without clout could tell you it was a hit. But just like me with Captain, it was a hit. Yeah, I understand that. But it doesn't prevent me from playing the game how I always played it anyway. It's just making it so that you need a little bit more experience to get the same amount of value out of the character. And I think they should delete this character. But I'm nobody. So, and I think there's a lot more nerfs they can even do with this character. But the fact that he just does a lot of damage, he's always hard to hit, he's always have a high threat level. You never just ignore an Iron Fist should he drop into your backline or even your front line. The fact that when he punches, he dashes, which makes him even harder to hit. The fact that he can block almost everything in the game without taking too much damage on it. He's a very, very solid character, and he's still very ridiculously OP. Like, I think he's one of the most broken characters in this game right now. And I don't usually do tier lists, moving them side to side and making them fit in one or the other. But if I were to say if there's any character in this game that is fundamentally the most obscene character, it is this one. And he's probably the most unhealthy character in this game. I don't know I don't know what they plan to do with this character. I want to rework personally because there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. If he's there, and you're just there. The only time he's quote unquote easy to deal with is if you have the entire team understand when he comes in, do not hit him when he blocks, and wait for him to start punching to then attack this guy. But this is a solo queue tier list. This is not a 3v. This is not a 3 squad up. This is not a 6 squad up. This is you're going in by yourself. In a solo queue environment with this character, he's very, very hard to deal with. And that's why I think he's very strong. Highly recommend playing him if you want a character that is very good and it doesn't require as much stress. Like Black Panther requires a lot of stress, bro. This dude requires input. As strong as he is, he requires a lot. Iron Fist is, you can get away with it without knowing too much. And as you play more and more of him, you get better and better and better. It's similar to the Hulk in the aspect of like, as you play more, you just inherently get better just because. Like that's how Iron Fist is. What about magic? I thought you hated magic? Dude, I hate magic. Don't get me wrong. Magic is on my nerves. But the thing about magic and Iron Fist is Iron Fist kit is unhealthy broken. Like it's like so broken. It's like he makes matches not fun. He makes matches. What he does not make sense is what I'm saying. With magic, as much as I think she's stupid, as much as I hate that character, as much as I think she's broken, her kit makes exact sense. What she does makes sense. How it impacts you makes sense. I think she has a ton of damage. Yes, don't get me wrong. But like everything that she does makes sense. You need to do specific ABC combos or ABC inputs. You need to do all of this to get the results. Iron Fist is not. And that's why I think he's very unhealthy. So as much as I hate magic, as much as I hate her going into my backline, as much as I hate having to deal with the character, it makes sense based off what the character needs to do to get to that level. With Iron Fist, you don't need to do anything to get to that level. You are already that much of an issue. As much as I hate magic. I give you more of my kudos magic players than I do Iron Fist players. I know all Iron Fist people that watch my content is like, Poppin', I hate you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you made a character and you know your character is not okay, you should be able to own up to that. Bro, Iron Fist is dumb. And I think if you are a true one trick on this character, there's some things about his kit where you're like, yeah, it's a little bit much. But I like it. You know what I mean? What's up, Ramazan? How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Next we have Iron Man. So I've always thought Iron Man was very strong. And the reason for this was because he is a character that is uncontested a lot when playing. Now, when we're talking about this season, we know that there's a lot more flying characters, and we know that dive characters are being seen less. Dive characters are not being seen less because of the nerf to divers, which is what I always see for some reason. I always see the same stuff, and I'm like, guys, stop listening to what people tell you on social media and just think about it, okay? There is a release of an Ultron. He is a flying character. If we're going into a poke meta, it's not because divers suck, but if you have Ultron with Jeff or with Storm, so now Storm's being played because of Jeff. People still like Storm, but she's being played more because of Jeff, that team up. Then you also have Human Torch, which also is played with Storm, which means you're going to have two. Plus now you have Iron Man team up with Ultron. They're picking flyers, which means divers do less to flyers. It's nothing to do with nerfs to divers. It's what happened when they released a character and adjusted team ups. All it takes, guys, and I'm not saying you guys, I'm just speaking in general. When I see these comments and stuff like that, where they don't really understand how, like, what's changing, all it takes is a second. Just think about what they did to the game, and I guarantee you will reach that conclusion. Divers are not bad. They didn't even touch most of them. They only hit a few of them. And what they changed wasn't even that drastic. It's because flyers are being picked more, which means divers are not being played as much, or they're losing more games because they don't understand how to play into something that requires more thought process to play into. It doesn't take a lot of skill for you to play Black Panther and run it down on a Luna Snow or a Cloak and Dagger, but it takes a lot of skill to understand when you should go in, because you know you're going to be lit up by the flyer if you continue to go in without any pauses in your gameplay or without any dynamic to how you approach the situation. That's what's going on here. And so a little bit of a tangent, but I see the same thing every time, and it's like, guys, stop it, that's not it, man. So with Iron Man, before, there was a ton of divers, and divers typically are very stubborn players. They don't like to swap. They like to, y'all know last season, bro. Spider-Man's not swapping. Black Panther's not swapping. I'm not gonna lie, Black Panther players generally did try to swap more often than I've seen Spider-Man players. Cap mains ain't swapping. Hulk players, they barely got to play the character. Y'all know, like a lot of these divers just weren't swapping. They would just play into it. And so Iron Man got a lot of value out of just not being, touched. And if you climbed with divers, you don't know how to play Hela. You don't know how to play Hawkeye. You don't know how to play Black Widow. You don't know how to play Bucky. You don't know how to play not Winter Soldier, but the Punisher. You don't know how to play these characters that can deal with them. So you're just playing these divers. He got a lot more success then. He's also been buffed as well. Moving into this season, now there's a lot of flyers. Now there's a lot of poke players, right? There's a lot of people playing Hela now and stuff like that. So he's more contested because he's in the group of Ultron and Storm and those flying characters where you do need someone to deal with them because there's a lot of them now. That being said, in my personal opinion, I still think that Iron Man can straight up solo carry games, and there's one particular reason to why. It's his ultimate. If Iron Man knows how to use his ultimate properly, he will carry games like no other. All it takes is for you to blast somebody in their ultimate or when they're about to ult, and you will win. And a lot of Iron players that are good will hit multiple targets. His flank potential is very good. He can silently float somewhere and just get behind the targets and melt everybody. He can be very, very, very far away. There's no fall off damage. So when you see someone get shot like this, there's no fall off damage. It's the same from giga far away. The only thing that has fall off damage is the blast radius. So you see it's going to do less damage the further it is away. So that's what you're playing off of. Now, if you also notice, the third hit is actually a different projectile. It's bigger and it does more damage. See? So that's also something that you can factor in. He's a very versatile flyer. I don't think there's many flying characters in this game that can kind of play how you want. He can play range, like really far away. He can play up close if he wants to. And then, like I said, again, his ultimate is just ridiculous. Like, it's very, very strong. I don't think there's one character who can survive it. It's a very high damage ability. So yeah, in my opinion, Iron Man is undoubtedly one of the best flying characters to learn and one of the best flying characters to carry with due to not only his ability to be sneaky, his ability to fight from a very, very long range, but he also can take out flyers just by doing this without having to aim. And then, of course, that ultimate that he has is really disgusting. He's a really, really good character. But I will say, you do need to know when to use this, when to use this, and when to use this. Those are the three things that I think you need to learn how to do as Iron Man. When you know how to do those three things, you're going to be a very, very solid player, and you're going to win a lot of games. Hands down. Hands down. What's up, Wacky Gamer? Do I play Speedstorm anymore? Not after the direction that they took the game in. Maybe if they take it in a different direction, I'll go back. But for right now, I'm taking a break due to the direction that it's going in. And I don't agree with it. Next we have, also, if you guys want to ask me anything, just do @ so that I can see it. I don't want to stop the flow to respond to everybody, because I do like to do that, but I don't want to stop the flow, especially for those of you that are strictly here to just know about your character and stuff like that. I don't want to prolong it any further, longer than it has to. So if you guys want something specific from me, just say @ pop it often, and I'll see it. Otherwise, I'm scanning, but I'm not really responding, but I see it. I see everything you guys are typing. Don't worry. Okay. Next, we have Jeff. Bro, I hate this character. So last season, before the rework to Jeff, only Jeff players that I saw were players that were backline flankers that didn't heal the team. Now we have players that don't play Jeff playing Jeff that don't heal the team. So like either way, we're like in a really bad situation with this character. One of the main issues with Jeff, because I do think his kit is way better than it was before, but one of the main issues with Jeff right now, and this is just a Marvel Rivals issue, is that support ultimates rule the game. if you have something that makes your team invincible, you provide way more value by a click of a button than something like Jeff does. Jeff requires more of a thought process in terms of how you play and how you heal, it's more to him than just the, I click this button and you're invincible. It's more to him than that. And I still think that's his problem. Now, they did buff his ult to make it so that he can overshield anybody he eats and spits out, but still, it's not the same as being invulnerable for 11 seconds, 8 seconds. I think Luna's is like 13 or something like that, 15. It's not the same. And you're always going to feel at a disadvantage because of that. The only time that you're going to get a lot of value out of Jeff is if you have 3 healers. If you have 2, the Jeff player just needs to be a good Jeff player. But if you have 3, you don't have to be too on point with how you heal. And a lot of the maps are very weird with how they position. So you have to really position ahead of time. He's one of those characters, like, you have to know how the fight's going to play out before you start healing, because you're going to need to adjust on the fly. And his heals aren't that great to where you can heal for a second, like, and I mean a true second, and leave and heal again. By the time that break happens, it's possible the person KOs. And that's one of the downsides to him. Cloak and Dagger, bubble, you should be chilling. Rocket, throw a couple of orbs, you should be chilling. Mantis, chilling. Loki, chilling. Luna, chilling. Like, all these characters could provide you with something while they're busy for a few seconds. But Jeff, he has bubbles, but the bubbles just, people don't use them right, and it just goes wasted. So it's not really just a Jeff issue, but it's also your teammates have to understand how to play with you issue. And so with that, I'm going to say Jeff is at a, for right now, a match by match basis. I just don't, he doesn't get a lot of value. Now, you could say decent team, easy win, which borderline is true, borderline, but it's, nah, that's a lie. That's a lie and a half. Even if your team is decent, Jeff could be the reason why you lose. I've seen it too many times. So yeah, I think it's match by match basis. You need to have the type of team to understand how to play with you, the type of team that goes well with them. You need to have the type of enemy team that you can play into, so to speak. I don't think he's a bad character. And again, this tier list isn't about being good or bad. This tier list is about what you'd be more successful with if you started playing them. That's all that it is. So that it's not about their power numbers. It's not about, oh, you think that character sucks. No, my goal with my tier list when it comes to tier lists like these is how can I have you be more successful with less work? Jeff, he requires more work. He doesn't suck. He just requires you to have a lot of Jeff games under your belt. And if you're someone who's like, I don't want to play hundreds of Jeff games to get value out of this character, then I wouldn't suggest playing Jeff. That's pretty much how it is with the characters. So I think it's match by match basis. If you have what you need, he's a very easy character to play and win with. If you don't have what you need, you're going to struggle. In which case you may need to swap. What's up, AO? How you doing? Hello, hello. You don't need to ping. Wait, you don't need me to ping you to know I'm waiting for Thor. Yeah, that's true. I know some of you guys are hard waiting for Thor. I got you. Next, we have Loki. And when we do the second tier list, diamond to one above all, it's going to be quicker. I'm only just doing the longer version here so we can get more of my thought process out the way. But obviously the second one, you guys already know what I talked about. So we'll be doing it quicker. When we're talking about Loki, Loki is very strong. He's always been strong. He's always been broken. But one of the main things that make Loki very strong is the potential to not only heal, but to do tons of damage. Because the dude is literally a DPS. The only downside to Loki is you need to have clones. If he has no clones, his damage is significantly worse, and so is his heal. That's the only downside to him. When you play things like Moon Knight, Iron Man, Hawkeye, Hela, like things that can just blow up his clones pretty quickly, you're going to have a hard game. But if you know how to play Loki, you probably know how to put your clones in really advantageous positions anyway. What makes him very, very strong, though, is the fact that he can copy the support ultimates. You can basically be a DPS if you want, or you can be a support if you want. He's very He fluctuates to what he wants to do. Most of the time, though, taking another ultimate is pretty much how Loki isn't broken. He's just misunderstood. Loki is blocked. The fact that was a good one though. The fact that he could take the support ultimate and just turn into a support character and fire off an ultimate that is basically an invulnerable ultimate for 11 seconds, 8 seconds, however many seconds of whoever you just take, or whoever you just took, just makes it so that that team fight lasts longer. And again, he can fight people. It's not like he's just a heal bot. He could straight up fight people. On top of that, this heal right here, can counter a lot of characters in this game. I'm talking about Ult, Squirrel Girl, Psylocke, Groot. Like, this dude counters so much with just one click of the button is ridiculous. This character is undoubtedly one of the best strategists in the game. Well, undoubtedly. The only reason why I don't think he's better than Cloak and Dagger is because he takes more work than Cloak and Dagger. But he is still, if you get to know him and you start learning him, this character is an auto win. He is so strong. It's ridiculous. Very, very solid character. Next, we have Luna Snow.
It's easier being a superhero.
With Luna Snow, the one downside to her is line of sight and the fact that she's immobile. But this move right here turns her into a tank.
A nice deep freeze.
And it also allows her to just straight up 1v1 anybody. On top of that, she's just one of the hardest characters to hit in the game. She's very hard to hit. Her model is just very hard to take out when you're fighting her. Looking forward to my Loki VOD review. Oh yeah, true. I told you that's coming. The thing about Luna is she's very susceptible to being dove, but she's really good at sniping. I mean, oh my goodness. Bro, Luna players can snipe something out the sky so easily. I will say that majority of players don't play like that though. So it's unfair to say that's what we're going to be basing it on. But once you get better at Luna and you get more confident with how she plays, you can do some damage. For the most part though, not really much to say about the character. The fact that she's susceptible to dives, the fact that she has to aim her shots is one of the harder things too. When I'm playing Cap, I have to always keep in mind that she needs to aim, so I need to play to her. But a lot of players that play really fast moving characters don't think about the support that has to aim at them. And so generally she's gonna have a very hard time if she has a hard time aiming in general. She's gonna have a hard time hitting whatever's moving if they don't think about her, how she's positioning, where is she at, how she needs to aim at you. And that's the downside to her. So this is one of the main reasons why she's not really a carry. It's not really the fact that she doesn't do a lot of damage, but it requires a lot to get value out of her. And then it requires your team to not ignore you. They need to remember they have a Luna Snow on their team. If your team is decent, bro, you're about to win. If your team is not, you're gonna struggle. And she doesn't have the carry potential. She's not about to 1v11 the game. It's not happening, not with that character. But she is a very strong character, I think. And if your team understands how to play with her, if you're not getting dove, especially this season, because there's a lot of flyers, there's less divers, you get a lot of success from her. For sure. Next we have, I hate you. But next we have Magic. Magic. Me and Magic, we got a problem. We got a love-hate relationship. I love when she's on my team. I hate when she's on the enemy. That's our relationship. But Magic provides something that a lot of characters in this game struggle with, and that is burst damage. She can one-shot a character. And now, I haven't played Magic in quite some time, but this is pretty much what you're looking at when you are looking for a burst combo. I'm not even going to try to do it from far away because I'm pretty rusty. Yeah, I might hate Magic, but I play all characters because I coach you guys and I do VOD reviews for you guys. So I have to play them all. Don't at me, but I still hate every second I play her. So anyway, she could basically land a one shot. She could do it just by charging it up. tossing that, and it's a very simple one-shot combo. But if you want it to be a little bit more complicated of a one-shot combo, it looks something like this, where you do your teleport, you land. Oh wait, I couldn't even do it because she KO'd. But she, oh wait, did it mess up? Oh yeah, it did mess up because of the cooldowns. So it looks something like this. It's like teleport, wrong button. I trolled. Okay, looks something like this. Jesus, you hit them, you teleport, you do your spin, you dash into them, and you got the one-shot combo. This is something that's necessary. That's just one of them. There's a lot of combos to Magic, but I'm not making a Magic guide. But there's a lot of characters that cannot one-shot. And in a meta where we have 3 healers, even if we have flyers, something like that is necessary, because you do not have the advantage to hit and run away. By the time you come back, they're full HP. You need a character that can wipe a team off ult. You need a character that can smack somebody and KO them instantly before anyone can react. This is what she does. And so in a meta like this, where you need that, she is by far one of the best characters. Now, in terms of just being able to one-shot, she's just very hard to hit. She can get an overshield that's pretty massive. And this is one of the reasons why I can't stand this character. So look how high her overshield can go. Look at that. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Right? Pair that with the fact that she's invulnerable when she does this. You can't hurt her when she's in that animation. So she's getting overshields constantly. Plus, you can't hurt her when she's teleporting. Plus, she can one-shot you. She's like a pseudo tank. She's like Mr. Fantastic with damage, with way more damage. And the fact that you don't really need to be extremely good at this character to make her work. You don't need all the combos. You just need to be able to go in. That just makes her even stronger. So, without a doubt, very, very strong character. Can easily solo carry a match just being good with the character. The next character that we have is going to be Magneto. Me and Magneto also have a love-hate relationship, but not as much as I hate Magic. I don't really hate Magneto, but in terms of how in terms of playing him, putting him in my pocket, love-hate. Because he's very inconsistent, and he's not much of a carry. He's more of like an enabler. The only time you can really heal carrying potential from Magneto is if you can land the ult on a support that is in ult. The fastest he can kill a target or KO a target will be a squishy character, and he needs to land 3 shots and he needs to land 3 shots. Well, actually 4. He needs to land 4 shots, or he needs to land 3 shots and a knockback. So like 1, 2 knockback, and then 3. Excuse me. So that's all fine and dandy should they be out of position, but with 3 healers, it's very hard to pull that combo off because they're always healing each other, you know? They'd have to be very, very out of position for you to land something like that. So the carry potential for this character is lower. What he does do, which is very good, is he provides space because he's getting them low enough for them to have to react, right? He's one of the few tanks that can hit from a very long distance, and they're gonna have to react. They're gonna have to back up a little bit and something like that. He can't really do much damage to the front line, but as Magneto, you're not looking to hit the front line, you're looking to hit the back line. And he can also hit flyers, which is another reason why he's great. He's making them move back by providing damage. Oh, game over. He's making them move back by forcing them to take a lot of damage. And that right there is value. That being said, it's very minuscule damage. It's poke damage, right? It's not, you're not KOing the target. You're just getting them low for them to be healed back up, getting them low for them to be healed back up. And you're going to have to be very consistent with how you play him. That right there is one of the main reasons why I don't think he's much of a carry character, because nobody plays him like that. That's just not how it happens. So, in my opinion, that's rough, dude. It's between decent team or match by match basis. Oh, this one's hard. I think for this meta, because we're removing ourselves from divers, so there's only like one, maybe two. But the fact that he has the ability to shield and stuff like that, you can kind of cover the mistakes of your team. And he can make a lot of space because there's a lot of flyers, a lot of poke characters, so there's nobody in melee range with the other tank. I think that if you have a decent team, he's actually very strong. I think he can get away with it. It's not a match by match basis. He's very powerful. If you have like one tank sitting right here, I can shield myself, walk past you, and start, mobbing on your back line. What are you gonna do? Nothing, because there's only one melee character, right? We're in a meta right now where there's not a lot of melee characters in the game. Most of them are flyers or healers or long range characters. So he can get a little bit more aggressive with how he walks forward because of this, and I think he deserves it. Next character we have is Mantis.
Such an emotional.
Mantis. There's not really much to say about this character, honestly. I will say a lot of Mantis players don't provide a lot of heals. And that's because, they might not do it right. And then you also have a lot of Mantis players that don't pop a lot of damage off because it's hard to hit things. In a meta where there's flyers and they're really, really far away, and also if they do dive, they're usually playing very quick characters. The Mantis player has to be well above average of a player to even make the character work. Even though it says 1-star difficulty, in my opinion, that's a straight up lie. She is definitely a lot harder to play than 1-star. You're not about to just pick this character up and start winning matches. And even if you put time into the character, you don't have a lot of value with this character. You need to have a lot of games played, similar to Jeff. I think that it's match by match basis. Do you have the right teammates? Do you have the right enemy team? If not, she's not going to be successful. If so, she will be. I myself don't mind playing with Mantis because the way that I play, I'm very patient with how I play. I'm very you guys have seen me play. I don't all or nothing. That's not my gameplay. She fails at that type of gameplay. Now, we don't have as much of that anymore this season due to having a lot of flying characters and just multiple healers. So she could play a little bit more relaxed, similar to Adam Warlock. But again, should you have a teammate that doesn't understand how to play with a Mantis, a diver that doesn't understand that, should you have an enemy team that has divers that are very hard to hit, or should the flyers be very cognizant about how close they are to the team, she has a very hard time landing those type of shots on them. So I think she needs to be played well above average, just like Jeff. You need to have a lot of games under your belt to make Mantis work. Otherwise, she's not going to work. And that is a Mantis player specific thing. So that's how I feel. I don't think she's not worth playing, though. Mantis is definitely valuable. I play Mantis when I play support. And this is high rank games. But I guess high rank players understand how to play with Mantis more than low rank players. But to be fair, I play Adam Warlock in low rank games, so it's not really a list for me. It's more of a list for when you learn how to play Adam Warlock, when you learn how to play Cap, when you learn how to play Jeff, when you learn how to play Mantis, you will get value. It just takes a while. That's all. Even if you learn how to play Black Widow, you're not going to get a lot of value out of Black Widow. That's just how this character is designed. That's kind of where we're going with that. Next we have Moon Knight. So Moon Knight, bro, I feel like we haven't talked about Moon Knight on this channel ages. Nobody plays this character. At least anybody that I've been playing with or that I've seen, that I've done reviews for, nobody plays this character. Moon Knight is one of those characters that are kind of niche for the simple fact that he needs his Ankh to be placed down in a specific location for him to get value most of the time. And that's when we're just talking about that thing.
I trust him.
If there's a flyer, it's harder for him to hit. Now, I will say they buffed the speed of his projectiles, because if you guys remember it, man, his primary fire was so slow, it's ridiculous. but they did buff it, so he's more valuable now. Why this character, in my opinion, is even more valuable is because with lack of bans on the Hulk, we're seeing more Namor being played. He's very good at taking those out, and he's very good at dealing with Loki clones. And those are the two characters that are being played a little bit more this season, especially Loki. So he's very good at dealing with that. Painting's Nest is also something that I'm pretty sure it ricochets off of, which is a good thing as well. And if they decide to go 3 tanks, he's very strong into it. Now, I will say with his ult, very hard to hit on the flyer. Clearly, it doesn't go higher than, like, you know, it doesn't go higher. Like, if I look up, it doesn't go higher. It only goes higher if I place it higher, like that. You know what I mean? So you have to be in a very good location for that to happen. And I don't ever see Moon Knights do that because it's kind of troll for you to try to line up an ult like that. However, it's a very good ultimate to put on top of the cart or the point if it's domination. If there's only 1 or 2 players on there, that means you can easily aim the ult and it's going to damage them, which means you're probably going to win that fight. Or you can put it in the back line and use it to get the healers in the back line. That being said, though, his main problem is just the fact that he has a very hard time dealing with things that fly, and he has a very hard time doing damage if he's not using his Ankh. Those are the 2 downsides of this character. I do play this character from time to time, though. I don't think I've ever played him on stream with you guys, but I do play him on my main from time to time, especially when it's needed. But he's very strong at some things and very weak at others. He's one of those characters with very, very obvious weaknesses, and should you become really good at breaking the Ankh, he's not as useful anymore. And as I said, with a lot of poke characters and flyers, people aren't grouping up anymore, which means that unless you are funneling them in a certain map that has to have them all together, you're most likely not going to get a lot of value from his passive, which is the bouncing.
I am the light in
So,
the darkness.
my opinion, I'm gonna say this about Moon Knight. The more you play Moon Knight, the better you get at Moon Knight, the better he is of a character. I'm going to put him on match by match basis, not only because he's map dependent, but he's also team dependent, like enemy team dependent. What do they have? How can he play? But I also will say that as you get better, he's one of the few characters that will raise up in tier because you got better at the character. But if you're like 10 games in, 20 games into this character, he's not going to give you a lot of value for what you just learned. But if you are on a 100 game Moon Knight and you're learning how to play and have his intricacies, this character is pretty good. He can deal with flyers, especially if flyers happen to back into walls. You throw the Ankh right next to them, you're going to KO them, right? Like, there's little nuances to this character that will then buff him in terms of how much value you get out of him. That being said, it's just not obvious, and you have to play a lot of Moon Knight games with him. And that type of gameplay right there is not what this list is about. It is about what can you play and do the least amount of work and effort to start getting your wins. He takes some time to rev up to that type of level. Next, we have Namor. I've been playing a lot of Namor lately. I don't think I've been playing him on stream, but I know there's a lot of people that are like, Pop, and I played with you and you were playing Namor and I didn't even know you played. Yeah, I play a lot of Namor. And even without team up, I like Namor a lot. Namor provides a lot of value because he provides something that not a lot of characters provide, and that is consistent damage. If you manage your squids properly, oh, that was way off. If you manage your squids properly, he will. Oh my God!
Here they are.
Waiting. If you've managed to manage your squids properly, he can have consistent damage. By the time it goes away, you will have another one. See? And he can keep doing that. You're good to go. The more hits you land on a target, the more hits you land on a target, the lower the cooldown for the squids. You can have multiple squids up. You can have, I think, up to 3, maybe even 4, especially if he has team up. But it's not necessary. That's not how I ever play him. You can if you want, but unless you're looking for high burst damage, you're not doing that. You're not looking to just one-shot something unless they get really into your face. You're just looking for consistent damage. Another thing that it's very good is he has kind of like an alarm system, so to speak, where if you put it behind you, you'll start seeing that mark. Oh, someone's behind me. Not only does this aware you and your team that somebody's behind you, but it also deters them from moving forward because you just chunked them a little bit, right? And so every time you do this, you leave one behind you. And if you can manage to have one in front of you, you essentially can always have one behind you. And if you get really good, you could put it in a spot to where it hits the front and the back. As an example, this can hit somebody there, or this could hit somebody there. Again, I play a lot of Namor, and I learned a lot about this character, and I really like him. He's one of my DPS that I'll go to. The other thing that makes him very good is the fact that his alt fire is not, or it's an AoE. So look, you see, I'm missing, but I do damage. It's an AoE, which means you don't even need to land it for it to happen. He also doesn't have any fall off damage. So I could throw from a year away and he still does the same amount of damage. It doesn't matter. This right there, like that right there is what makes him ridiculous. You could put the squids behind him. So as they walk through, they're going to have to worry about the turret behind them when they walk through. They got to like look behind them, or you could put them in really obscure places. I was thinking of obscure and obtuse. You put him in really obscure places, and like he's just very flexible. I love this character, and I think he's great. I don't play him as much as I would like to, but he's a very solid character in my opinion. Can he solo carry? No, he cannot solo carry, unfortunately. But if you do have a decent team, he's an easy win. I won't say he doesn't provide a lot. Like I'm not gonna say you can't perform so well. You could teeter it into your favor, but let's just say your whole entire team sucks. You're not gonna be able to carry with him. The characters that you see at the top can win a match by themselves. Namor does need a team. Even if they're not like that great, you could still work with them. But if they all are butt, you're not winning the match at all. One of the cool things that he can do and that they did buff is his ultimate, so he can one-shot the healer out of the ult. But in my opinion, it's just not worth doing that unless you're very confident in landing it. I would just use it as like a surefire KO. As an example, if you I didn't think that was gonna count as a KO. Maybe she was already low. If you do this and you just alt fire, even if you whiff,
Typical air breather.
I didn't do it right. Even if you like whiff and don't hit directly on them, oh my god, whatever. You'll get the KO is what I'm trying to say. I can't do it right now, but you will get the KO. Especially if you have the squids active, which is what I like. I like being able to just one shot basically. If you have a team up, which we're not talking about, but if you have a team up, this character just becomes insanely broken. Like it's actually obscene how strong this character is with Hulk. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about just playing by yourself. Okay, so moving on. We are moving on to Penny. So Penny actually got a buff she's got a few buffs actually over the time. But what really sets her apart right now is that Rocket team up. Rocket's played in almost every single game. High rank, low rank, doesn't matter. Rocket's almost picked in every single game, which means she gets her team ups more often than not. This makes the game littered with mines. Now, the interesting thing is we're in a meta where we have a lot of flying characters now, which is funny because ironically, you shouldn't be able to deal with the flyer with mines if Penny, like if they're flying. That makes no sense. But what makes Penny super strong right now, especially in this rank, is that the tanks don't understand how to push a Penny, right? It requires more coordination to get through Penny's defense. And that's one of the things that makes her very strong. Now, if she's playing on offense, it's kind of whatever. She's not that strong. I do know there's a lot of Penny players that like to flank and things like that. But like realistically, you guys can probably, even if you're a Penny one trick, you guys know that, you know, even if I flank, Penny's not like an insane broken character. Like she's still Penny. And so most of her strength is on defense. You play her on offense, she gets weak drastically. Now, one of the main things that makes Penny like really, really bad is if you disrupt her fortification and she has to set up again. If you don't give her enough time to set up, she's bad. She's awful. If you don't give her enough time to set her nest up again and do all this and get in a nice cozy location, she's bad. You take her out once and you keep doing that and just keep pressuring. She can't set up. She's useless. She's not a character without those mines. And that's how she's designed. That's not a flaw in the character. That's just how she's designed. So with that in mind, although she has that team up, she's very hard to push and all that extra stuff. Once you push her once, she's free. And on offense, she's just not as much of a threat as she would be on defense. I think she just deserves to be in a category of like decent team, easy win. She's not a solo carry unless they just pick a whole bunch of melee characters, then you will solo carry. But like I said, based off the meta, based off how things are, she's not necessarily a solo carry. She does need a team to just kind of play with her. If she's solo tanking, you really need a good team. Otherwise, she can't hold on her own, especially if the nest is broken. There's not really much to say about it. Like, she's pretty much always been, she's the same. She just has a little bit more oomph to her kit round now based off the buffs and team ups, but it's really just about, it's about how smart is the enemy team. If they're smart, you're not going to do much with Penny, even if you are a one trick. And if they aren't smart, then you get away with a lot more. I will say the more you play Penny, the more you become a one trick. If that's what you want, the more value you get out of her. There's a lot more you can do with Penny that if you're not a one trick, you won't know. Next we have Psylocke. So with Psylocke, Psylocke's broken, but there's a reason why I'm not gonna make Psylocke oh, this is hard. All right, so Psylocke is like, I have to keep in mind Bronze to Diamond. Psylocke in Bronze to Diamond is not a solo carry, but the character has potential to solo carry. The thing is, you need to understand what you're doing when you're playing Psylocke, and it's not straightforward exactly how to do it. But she has the power to be one of the most broken characters in the game. But if you know how to play her to that level, you're not in Bronze to Diamond. You gotta see where I'm going with this. What really makes her strong is going to be the fact that her ultimate is a very good pick potential ult. The thing is, when you're in Bronze to Diamond, people don't know how to capitalize on picks. So your value of getting picks off the ult has lessened. If you understand how to take targets out, bam, 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 with Psylocke, you won't be in this rank. So that's a skill you need to learn. It's not taught to you just because you play Psylocke. Psylocke is one of those characters that don't really tell you which avenue to take. As an example, if I'm playing Hela, it's kind of obvious what you need to do. Very obvious. But Psylocke doesn't tell you when to flank, how to flank, who to target, what to target. You have to figure all this out by yourself. And when you really learn to do that, that's when she's really strong. But this is not a rank where you know how to do that yet. So I will say that based off of that, if you're smurfing, she's really strong, obviously. But you're not smurfing if you're in these ranks, right? I think that she's just, if you have a decent team, she's a very free win. If your team knows how to play with you, if your team knows how to just chill out, let you get ult, and then once you ult, they capitalize on your ult and all that extra good stuff, and you're in that good cohesion, you have a very, very easy game. If they do not, you're most likely going to have a poor game, and you're not going to get a lot of value, because a lot of the value in these ranks for Psylocke comes from ult. But when you're playing between Diamond and One Above All, the value of Psylocke is picks. So it does change based off which rank you're in. And so this is why I think that she's not really considered a solo carry here, because you don't really understand how to do it in the first place. The only time that you see a Psylocke do well in this rank is when they pick people off with ult and then their team capitalizes. But there's a lot of the times that I've noticed in this rank where they'll go in, try to ult and get shot out their ult, or they'll just miss, or they just don't KO anybody with it. And then what are you left with? Basically just an ult charger waiting to get ult again. And that's not how she's played in higher ranks, but that's how she's played here, which then diminishes her value for this rank here. That's why I think she deserves to be there for this. Next, we have Rockito. So Rockets. Rockets. When it comes to playing Rockets, bro, I'm not even gonna talk about Rocket. Bro, y'all know. Bro, decent team, easy win. Bad team, you're gonna lose. That's how he's always been. That's how he is now. Sometimes if you have a bad player on your team, he can kind of alleviate that, because they'll KO, and it's kind of like them getting a timeout. All right, you were stupid. don't be stupid again. Okay? And then they kind of fix their potential. What I will say though is like, if you have someone who understands how to take out his totem and is always on an active hunt for it, this character value diminishes quite a bit. And if the enemy team knows how to take out your ult, once again, the character's value diminishes quite a bit. You're only left with a 55, I think, HP heal orb from start, and then the heal over time. That's what you're left with should someone be smart enough to take out your beacon consistently. Like, I'm one of those players. I will hunt your beacon. There was actually a Rocket player that I played against, and the entire match, that beacon was mine. He got so good at taking it, like whenever I got close, he'd take it. Then he'd throw it somewhere else. And then as soon as I got close, he'd take it. And the funny part is, during the match, he's like, hey, Cat. I put question mark. He was like, you having fun playing Fetch the Beacon? And I couldn't even be mad, because that's pretty much what it was. He would throw it, I would go, he would take it away, rinse and repeat. So in theory, it seems kind of troll because he could pick it up and throw it again. But what I'm doing is making it so that he's on a timer on being able to res. And should someone res as he throws it down, I can take the beacon out. If you have someone smart enough to do that, this character loses value. That being said, a meta that has three healers, he doesn't need it. Only thing he needs to do is sit in a really nice location or be able to run away properly, and then just kind of pocket whoever gets dove or pocket whoever takes damage, and then they'll get healed back up and he can focus on doing what he needs to do. The rockets that don't see a lot of success are going to be the rockets that are always in melee range. Now, I think Rocket can solo carry in these ranks because I've done it, but I'm also someone who is smurfing. Right? I know when I can get close and when I cannot get close. Usually you have rockets that are always heal bots, or you have rockets that are just trying to do too much and they get KO'd repeatedly. I've had a rocket on my team, no nonsense, that died like 15 plus or KO'd 15 plus times, and which is ridiculous. There was no divers. So you might be thinking, well, maybe it was Black Panthers, but there was no divers. This dude just didn't know how to position his rocket, which I again find a little bit ridiculous. So coming back to what I was saying, for the most part, if your team's doing well, if your team's pretty decent, you'll win. If your team doesn't, you'll lose. And then it also just kind of depends on how smart the enemy team is that's taking out the beacon or destroying your. Those are the two things that I think will make it so that Rocket is not as effective as he usually is. Next we have Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch has always been good in my eyes. A lot of people in season 0, and I believe 1, thought she was bad, but 1.5 they started to turn around. Why I always thought she was good is because she doesn't require aim, and I believe it only takes 4 shots to KO a target with this. So I think she already had, I think she has some damage taken off of her. But actually, did they buff her? Maybe they buffed it, I didn't know. It should be 4. It is 4, okay. So really it's 3, let's be honest. It's 3, because you'll do that, right? So she's basically a very quick KO type of character. You can get in and out of a backline. She can be a diver, she could be a poker, she could pretty much be doing whatever she wants to do. And one of the other benefits is just being able to ult someone out of her ultimate. Her ultimate, I believe, does 700 damage or 750 damage. Or 8. Between those 3 numbers, I'm pretty sure. Which means no one survives that but like Venom or the Thing. Characters that can exceed that amount of I think it's 800. Characters that can exceed that amount of HP. So very strong character in that regard because there's 3 healers, right? If you can eliminate 1 heal ultimate and your team has 3, you will automatically win that fight. Sometimes she can KO multiple people at once. And then, like I said, you're very good at just being Loki and assassin. Right? You don't even need to land the shots. You'll still get value by missing. So it doesn't even matter. They also buffed it so that it's not a percentage. This used to be percent damage, but it's not anymore, if I believe. It's flat. So this is flat damage every time. So very strong character in my opinion. The other thing she's able to do is knock people out of their startup animation. So let's just say you're about to ult and she knows you're about to ult. She can toss this down. And if you're trying to ult through it, she'll knock you out of the animation. and should basically reset you. That is busted. There's so many times that I've seen people get ready to ult, especially support players, and they just like walk through it, ignore it, and then they just get stunned out of it every time. So she has a lot of value, and even though she looks very simple and straightforward, this character has a lot of depth to it. And the more you play her, the more you get out of it, the better player you're going to be. I actually really like this character, but I don't play her as much as I would like to. The same with Namor. I don't play them as much as I would like to, but I really do like this character. I like her as a character in Marvel Universe too. So, next is, oh yeah, I didn't place her. So I think she's a solo carry without a doubt. If you're a good Scarlet Witch, bro, you're gaming. Period. Next we have Spider-Man. So Spider-Man has received nerf after nerf after nerf after nerf after nerf. And one of the main things that makes Spider-Man a problem is that he pretty much does what Black Panther does. And, well, not really. What I'm saying is that he could play his own game. No one does Spider-Man like Spider-Man. This guy can do anything he wants to. I've seen Spider-Man, like, you know how I can't pull it off. I actually never tried it. I don't actually know how hard it is to do it. But you know how they, I wonder if it's this. I've never done it. Actually, I'm not even going to try. I've never done it. But what they would do is they would swing. And as they swing, the momentum would carry them. And as they swing, they yank you. So it's essentially that. And I've seen it stretch. When you're a really good Spider-Man, what they would do is they would swing, get the little movement speed boost that they would get, right? They would get that, pull you at the same time, and they would yank you from really far away. All of these little itsy bitsy things do take a lot of mechanical skill. Anybody that says Spider-Man doesn't take mechanics are kind of trolling. But I will say that you don't need to do that to be successful with Spider-Man. The only thing you need to do is the same thing like Panther does, is the same thing Magic does, is you need to just be a threat. You need to be a presence. How do you do this? By always just kind of being in there, always just swinging around, always being a nuisance. That's what you do. You're a pseudo dive tank. When you do have the ability to go in for an ult, you can team wipe. All you gotta do is come in, team wipe, there you go. And then you pretty much would KO. Now, I will say with 3 healers, Spider-Man has a really hard time KOing anything at this point, especially when we're dealing with Ultron, which gives you an overshield. So Spider-Man's combo that used to one-shot, he has to put a little bit more effort in, and that means he has to stay on the target for a little bit longer. I probably could see a buff coming soon to him that makes it so he doesn't have to be in for as long as he has to now. That being said, he's still very good. It just requires you to be a good Spider-Man. Can Spider-Man solo carry between Bronze and Diamond? Yeah, like without a doubt. This character is giga strong. Does it change? Does it change in the other ranks? It does. But for right now, we're talking about Bronze and Diamond. The fact that you don't really need to be perfect. You just need to know when to use your ult and how. You're pulling the same type of thing that Doctor Strange is pulling, where you're just looking for that Aya Agamotto. Once you do that, you win the fight. A lot of the times players are also in very bad positions and Spider-Man just picks you off for free. One of the main things that makes Spider-Man really difficult is the fact that he double jumps and he attacks you. But he does this. This right here, especially going over your head, makes it very hard for you to hit him. Not only because he's jumping over you, but his hitbox, when he does that, he's in the split motion. So you can't hit him normally. There's a lot of nuance that comes with this character, but like I said, and I always will say, Spider-Man can do whatever he wants. He doesn't play Marvel Rivals, he plays Spider-Man. And that's one of the things that makes him very strong of a character, because once you get good at playing Spider-Man, you can do a lot. You can do a lot with the character. So even if you don't know how to do it though, I still think he provides tons of value, even if he can't get KOs. I know a lot of people think that they see their Spider-Man on their team. They're like, my Spider-Man always, he sucks. And that's because that Spider-Man doesn't understand how to play the game in general. But that's not you. If you're watching my channel, you understand how to play the game, which means if you play Spider-Man, you're going to be gaming. Next we have Squirrel Girl. So Squirrel Girl, I believe, I had to ask a Squirrel Girl player. I don't know if he's here, but I asked Puka today, or not today, but when they changed her, because they gave her some quality of life. I asked Puka and a few other people in my Discord, and they were telling me what they adjusted, because I couldn't feel it myself. But once they told me exactly what they did for the quality of life, I was like, oh, okay. And so I tested it, and it felt a lot better. They didn't really do anything in terms of her damage or anything like that, but I just wanted to know what that meant. And it's a really good quality of life. I don't really have much to say about this character. She's just very good at shooting from far away, very good at being safe. I like to call her the DPS rocket because she doesn't really have to be in the fight to participate in it. She doesn't have fall off damage. This damage is consistent. The only fall off damage that she has is based off the AoE blast. So, there you go. So it's the AoE blasts is that fall off damage. But aside from that, she has a very good way to snare her target. So anybody tries to dive her and her team, she can snare them. She has a very great escape. She can get up to any place she wants to get at. She can ricochet things off of walls, not actually having to be around it, which is pretty insane to me. So yeah, I think she just provides a lot of value. She's a very simple character, very straightforward character, very strong character, and I think she's easily a carry, especially with her ultimate. You ult right, you can wipe a team. Very good character. So we're gonna put her at the solo carry. The solo carry spot. Next, we have Star-Lord. Star-Lord, Star-Lord, Star-Lord. We're not gonna talk too much about him. All you need to know is this. That's all you need to know. That right there. That right there. All you need to know. Easily one of the best solo carry characters in the game, just off of ulting. If you get really good at playing the character, you will stomp. Like, I mean really good at playing the character. When you don't rely on your ultimate to get KOs. But if you're someone who doesn't, and you only want to play like this, where it's like, well, I don't know how to aim, I have a hard time, just go in, do this whenever your team is fighting, farm your ult, get your ult, wipe the entire team. Every single time. Rinse and repeat. Spin around, ult, spin around, ult. Keep doing that, and that's going to be your method of gameplay. As you get better at Star-Lord, then you just become a menace, and you're going to be very good. He's one of the most skill-based characters in the game. And when I say this, I don't mean that he's the hardest to play, but he's one of the only few characters that will reward you based off how good you are with the character. Aside from the ult, obviously. The more you understand the character, the better you get at the character, the more he rewards you for just being a good player. For positioning well, for taking the right fights, and he's just amazing. He's amazing. He's a great character to play. Next, we have, because I barely solo carry on Squirrel Girl. Dude, Squirrel Girl's a solo carry. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're a Squirrel Girl main, and you climbed the diamond with her. If that's not solo carry, I don't know what is. Next, we have Storm. Where is she at? So Storm kind of got a few buffs. Main thing that made her stronger was buffing the damage on her ultimate this patch, and then giving her the Sharknado. Those are the two things that make her strong. That doesn't mean she's an auto-win character. You still need to know how to play Storm properly. But she's more of a team enabler rather than a solo carry, in my opinion. Not really much to talk about. Her aura grants bonuses. You got movement speed, you have more damage, and that's pretty much her kit. The rest is just a poke character, but you're not carrying with Storm. You need to have a decent team to win the game. If your team sucks, you're not going to win. She doesn't have the stats. She doesn't have the potential to straight up carry a match by herself. She does need a team to understand what to do. Not play with her, but you know, you're playing through your team. You're an enabler. Not much to say about that character. That's just how this character's always been. Next we have Winter Soldier. I mean, not
That's how I
imagine I told that to the real Punisher. Next we have Punisher. Very solid character. He doesn't get played a lot, which is interesting. Maybe because he's too straightforward and boring. I don't find him boring, but I can see why people would find him boring. There's not really it's just a typical Call of Duty character. If you can aim, you get value. If you can't aim, you don't get value. It's pretty much how this works. They buffed this character. They buffed him in terms of his spread as well. So there's not a lot of spread when you're using your machine gun there, your assault rifle. So there's a lot we can do, and I'm not going to get in depth with it. You guys know I've been playing a lot of Punisher lately, though. I've always been talking about him in my chat. I really like the character, which is why I bought the skin. Great character, very solid. You learn how to play this character, you're stomping. There's not a lot of things that can deal with you. And then of course you have your shotgun for anything that gets close, and this thing does. It's like 2 taps people. So very strong character. Not gonna talk too much about it because he's just very simple, very straight to the point. If you can aim, you get value. If you can't, you don't. Next we have Thor. The moment that you guys have all, maybe not all you guys, but the Thor players have been waiting for. The man, the myth, the legend, Thor. This dude has been changed. This dude has been changed during this patch. And I remember reading the patch, and if you guys were there, you guys know for a fact that I was confused. I was like, I don't get what you guys are saying. When I read what I read, it didn't seem like the playstyle changed that much. It seemed like it was a better change, which it was to me. It was a better change to me, even after playing a lot of them again. I used to main Thor back in the day. Back when Cap started to be very butt, this is before any Cap changes, I would main Thor. So Thor is one of the characters that I main, and I play a lot of them. Based off what I read, it didn't seem that much of a difference. So you guys were telling me, poppin', like, dude, this, there's that, it's this, it's that, it's a Thor main this. I have so many hours of Thor. And I still didn't understand. So I was like, you know what? Let me dust my Thor main badge off and let me actually spam some games with this character. Spam games with the character. It took me a second to understand what you guys were saying, but I understood what you guys were saying. He does not feel like that previous Thor. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but I understand what you guys see. I'm going to just make it basic here. There's a lot more to it, but I'm just going to make it basic for those people that don't really play a lot of Thor and for those that want to get into Thor. Thor's gameplay loop was pretty much this. And again, there's more to it, but I'm going to simplify it. So Thor mains don't get all bent out of whack, all right? I'm going to simplify it for them, but I know what you guys are seeing. This is pretty much the Thor gameplay, right? You would go in and you would pretty much be in there. And now one of the things that made Thor extremely strong was the fact that Thor doesn't get off until Thor says he wants to get off. This means whenever he does an ability, not just this one, but whenever he did any ability, he would get an overshield. Even his hammer would provide an overshield. So he would go in and he would just be in your backline. He'd just be a menace. He's very hard to KO. He's in there until he wants to get out. If you have something crazy, he might dip out and like come back with an overshield again. And I'm back in, baby. What's up? What's up? And he's always there. He's mega oppressive. What this change did was make it so he cannot do that anymore. If you do that, you will KO. And I know a lot of players were like, well, they want you to play around lightning. So I decided to play just around lightning when I played Thor. That playstyle is incorrect. That's not what they want. It didn't seem like that's what they want when I read the patch notes, but you guys insisted. And of course, I don't always think that I'm right about anything, right? I really do try to listen to you guys because I want to know what you guys think. You guys have a lot more experience. You have 1,000 hours on Thor and I don't. Who am I to, I want to know and I want to pick your brain. But I do understand that I see the game differently than you guys do. And so I tried that. And the game doesn't play out properly for Thor playing just based off your lightning throws. I love that type of gameplay, don't get me wrong, but you don't get a lot of value out of it. I also tried to play how he used to play, which is just being in there and doing as much as I want and leaving when I want to. That doesn't work either. You will get exploded. So what do they want you to do now? They kind of want you to have a mix of both. So Thor can go in, but when you go in, you need to know that you need to go out. This is something that a lot of Thor players do not understand. And I said this before a long time ago, Thor players never understood. There's a lot of players that I've coached or that I've done reviews for that play Thor, and I always said it every time. You cannot play like this. When you get to high ranks, you are going to get handled. This change made it so that you get handled even in low ranks. Now all the Thor players are confused. Now all the Thor players are like, he sucks. No, 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 no. They made it so lower ranks can pull off what we pull off in higher ranks. Okay, Thor was never a problem in high ranks due to the fact that we know how to handle Thor. Lower rank players don't know how to handle Thor. So making his survivability less allows those players to handle Thor a little bit more. It means you need to be more consistent about why you're going in and when you're going in. Also, I will say this change not only did that, but it made it so that Thor has more, he has more flexibility in his kit. I know a lot of you guys that play Thor have specific combos that you guys liked and things like that, but that's not what, from my experience, I'm not gonna say I'm right, but from my experience, that's not what they were attacking. They were attacking the ability to play around this dude's entire kit. Most Thor players, maybe if you're a one trick, it's a little bit different, but like 90% of the Thor players didn't have different ways that they played. You knew exactly how a Thor was gonna play. He's gonna come into you, bubble you up, and just knock you all over the place. But with this new system, he does more than that. And I think that is important. He needed that flavor. He needed that spin. He needed that twist. It's not just about going in, doing damage, getting low, popping my awakening for the overshield, and dipping out. That's not how he works anymore. It's also not the other way around, which is where you would awakening and you just start walking in, and then you get really, really close, and then you start going ham, and again, no, not working. So I do understand the nerf to Thor. Okay, I do understand. It wasn't really a nerf either. It was more just an adjustment. I do understand what they were going for, and I do understand exactly what the Thor mains feel. However, the way that you were playing Thor was not the way a good player plays the game. And when I say good, I don't mean that you're bad, but I'm just putting it in simple context. A good Thor doesn't play like that. Just like a good Cap doesn't play like what you would usually see. If you see my Cap gameplay and you saw someone else's Cap gameplay from before he got nerfed, you would see the difference between our gameplay. This is how Thor is. The real Thor mains that are high rank Thors didn't play a lower rank Thor players played. They had to go in with consistency of when and why, and they had to make sure that their engages were on time, because if they didn't, they would get exploded. Again, you guys are feeling this now that are not at the tip of the ladder. Unfortunately, I don't know if they want to keep it this way, but for right now, they just made it so he's easier to handle, and you have to think a little bit more about what you're doing. It's not just about going in and being a menace and being brawl heavy, and you can't. And so that's what I've learned from playing him. Again, feel free to disagree. But I really wanted to put more time into him to understand your guys' point of view, and that's what I came up with. He's way squishier than he used to be due to the fact that they made it so you have to be more consistent about when you go in and why. They made it so that if you make a mistake, you are going to get KO'd. It doesn't mean the character sucks. It just means you need to play better. That's all that it really means. Now, there could be an argument made, is that the Thor that we want in this game, right? Do we want the Thor that can just be in forever? Because that's how his lore works, right? Thor thrives for battle, bro. He's not somebody who wants to walk away and recharge. The dude wants to stay in and whoop some butt. That's a different conversation for another story, right? But for the person getting attacked by Thor, this change was necessary. That's kind of where I'm at with it. So, I never played all in type Thor anyway. That was never my style. So that's why I didn't understand what you guys were saying. But once I tried that style, because I had to put myself in your shoes, I saw exactly what you guys see. And again, I don't know if it's a better for worse change for Thor specifically, but I know it's a better change for the people going against Thor. So that's pretty much where we're at with that character. In terms of where I would place him, I still undoubtedly believe this dude's a solo carry. This guy is nasty. He's more technical now. He's more technical, but he's very nasty. He's a very strong character if played correctly. And again, I had to put some time into him, because like I said before, I haven't played him for a long time. So I had to get a lot of bumps and bruises and figure him out. But once I figured him out, I started rolling. He's still pretty good in my opinion, and he's still a carry. The thing is, he requires knowledge that most bronze players, diamond players, just don't have. And that's because Marvel Rivals, at the start of season 0, did a lot of things that trained players to behave a certain way with their characters. And as the season slowly progressed and as characters slowly got adjusted, they started to remove some of that from their kit. I'm trying to think of a solid example for it. Doctor Strange is probably a very good example. Doctor Strange at the start of the season was ridiculous. Started season 0. I think season 1 he was ridiculous too. But what he would do is he would just walk at you and blow you up every time. Every time. He can still do it, but you can't just do it when you want to. You still need to wait. But the old Doctor Strange didn't have to. The boy was literally DPS tank. They removed that, which then means that if you played DPS tank Strange, your character sucks now. But if you played Strange the normal way, your character is still the same. You didn't really feel it. That's how it is with Thor. So because they trained you to think that's how Thor was supposed to be played, they adjusted it and shifted his whole entire play style. It feels like the character just sucks, but it's just because you don't know how to play that style of Thor. But that style of Thor, once again, was necessary for high ranks. You're not playing Thor like you usually would see in lower ranks and high ranks. It just wouldn't work. It wouldn't work at all. But I still think he's a good carry. You just have to adjust your play style. But being in the shoes, right? It's not based off eyewitness. I've actually played a lot of the Thor after you guys told me, and the boy's a menace. The boy, he requires a lot. He requires a lot, but the power is still there. And I think people are going to start noticing it after. I will say when it comes to flying characters, again, because your overshield's not as strong, you can't just fly up to them and start fighting them. You're going to get shot on your way down, and you're going to be very squishy. So in terms of that, you're going to have to think about different approaches. But anyway, moving on. Now we have Venom. So with Venom is also one of my boys. I played almost all the tanks on my climb. My first climb to Eternity / Winnable Ball. I play all of them. Cap started sucking in Celestial, so I had to swap. So it was Venom and Thor for a while. And Venom. I'm gonna say this. Venom on paper is easy, but in game he's hard. Anybody that ever plays Venom understands exactly what I mean. Even though it says 1-star, this dude is not a 1-star character, especially after the Spider-Man nerf. Now, it's up to you to finish your KOs, pretty much, right? I still think he's very strong. He just requires a lot more of a thought process when it comes to playing this character. He's not just like a button mash type of character. And he requires aim. So I will say most of the time when you go in with Venom, you're not getting any KOs. Can he solo carry? Yeah, I think he can solo carry, but I'm looking at it at a perspective of a Smurf. If I were to see it from a perspective of someone who deserves to be in the rank, in my opinion, Venom can't solo carry. I mean, I can. But some games you can't. Some games you realistically can't. I'm not saying I can, like I'm just a good Venom player. But I'm saying I can, like, some games line up perfectly for you to solo carry a match. And when I see that, I can capitalize on it. It's similar to Psylocke, where it's like you don't really see it if you're in these ranks because it's a lot of extra thought process that just they don't teach you. You have to learn how to do it, and it takes hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games. And so that's just not something you know how to do off the bat. When you play Venom, for the most part, it's going to be, man, this is hard. It's so hard to not be biased when it's a character that I play a lot. It's so hard to not be biased, and I try so hard to be not biased. I'm going to say this. Diving is a skill. Even if you're diving with a DPS character that's broken like Iron Fist, I'm lying. Diving with a DPS isn't the same as diving with a tank. Let me put it that way. Diving with a DPS is not the same as diving with a tank. You need to understand a whole different set of things as a tank than you do as a DPS. Diving as a DPS allows you more freedom. Diving as a tank does not. You need to understand why you're diving and when you're diving when you are playing a tank. That right there makes Venom already harder. If you don't understand when to do it, if you don't understand how to do it, you're burning through cooldowns that your team needs, and you need to sit on the sidelines until you're ready to go back in again. By that point, your team could already be erased from the map, and you gotta start all over. So we're not just talking about piloting Venom here. We're talking about actually doing dive. It's more to it than just I'm playing Venom. You have to be a good dive player when it comes to playing a dive tank like Venom. That being said, I'm gonna say it's match by match basis. Here's why. There's some matches, and I've reviewed some Venom gameplay, and I've coached some Venom. Y'all know who y'all are. And I've seen it, obviously, when I play in low ranks or even in high ranks. There are some team comps, whether it's yours or theirs, where Venom struggles, like hard. And unless you understand how to alter your playstyle for that struggle, you're not going to be successful. That's Venom. This is why I don't think that he is anything but a match-by-match basis. Until you get a lot of games under your belt, like Moon Knight, Jeff, Mantis, Cap, Adam, Warlock, you're not going to see a lot of success because it's so volatile. Adding the fact that there's 3 healers in games almost, which you have to land every single shot if you tether, or you're not KOing anybody. Like every single shot, and it has to be a crit. Dealing with flyers, you need to position properly to even hit them. There's just a lot more nuance to this character that over time you will learn, you will get better. But if you're someone that wants to play Venom and just think you're about to win matches, no, you're going to have to play hundreds of games to even make it. You have to commit. And that's why I think he deserves to be here. Remember, this list is not based off of power. This list is based off of effort in terms of climbing and how many games you need to put into that specific character in order to make it work. Venom is not. Even though it says 1 star, I guarantee you, if you've ever played Venom for a few matches, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And if you've main Venom, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So if you choose to play Venom, just know that's what you're getting yourself into. Next, we have Bucky. Winter Soldier. This character got buffed, allowing him to have 2 of these.
The battlefield may change.
2 charges of those, which just made him very strong. He used to be a little bit weaker because he didn't have the infinite ammo with Rocket. But now that they buffed him a little bit so that he can still play the game without Rocket, he's a lot better. Not really much to say about this character. He's just like Punisher. If you can aim, you get value. If you can't aim, you don't. The one thing that makes Winter Soldier probably one of the better versions of Punisher is the fact that he gets an overshield. This dude is a pseudo tank. Like, that's more than Magic. He probably has more HP than Magic, though, to be fair. What is his HP? I think it's 325. What is hers? Just curious. 250. Wait, he doesn't have 325 HP, does he? No, okay. But he does have more. I was right. I was like, he doesn't have 3... That's a lot for a shooter. There's no way you got 375 HP on a freaking shooter, bro. What? That'd be stupid. But he is basically like, if you've ever dove a Bucky, you know it's not gonna be an easy dive. That's all I'm gonna say. He also has a really good way to peel players off with his pull, also with his punch. So if like Groot gets tackled by Wolverine, all he does is pull off Wolverine and smack Wolverine. You peeled. Good job. Like, he can snatch someone out the air. This will drop anybody that's flying. The character is very versatile. The character's kit can pretty much do whatever he wants to do, and that's not even talking about the ult. You already know what the ult does. If the ult only made it so that Bucky needs to last hit in order to get a reset, he would probably be a little bit worse of a character, but anybody can get the character low enough for him to reset, which means that it's a team-based type ultimate, which means you can just... I'm even gonna say no more. Bro, this guy is easily a solo carry character. Like, he's like designed to do it. He has a team wipe in his ultimate. Like, come on. Come on. Next we have Wolverine. Wolverine is... what Wolverine is capable of is not what every player can pull off. That, I think, right there is what makes Wolverine not a solo carry for Bronze to Diamond. Wolverine, on paper, like if you just think about Wolverine, like on paper, this is what he does. On paper. If you're a Wolverine player, or you've seen some really good Wolverines, you know for a fact that's not how Wolverine plays. And the way that that Wolverine plays requires a lot of game knowledge, which again, if you're Bronze to Diamond, I don't think you have that game knowledge unless you have hundreds of Wolverine games under your belt. And even then, I still don't think that's something you learn just by playing Wolverine. You will need to play other characters to get that game sense down. So, and that's not to belittle or down talk lower ranks. I don't know if I disclaimered that, but when I say things like that, like Bronze to Diamond players don't have this or they don't understand that, it's not to say that you guys suck. That's not what I'm saying. There's just things you don't know, right? There's a elementary school child doing math, and then there's a high school child doing math. The elementary child, like, they're not stupid. They just don't know. You're not stupid. You just don't know. There's things about the game that you don't know yet. And it's because you haven't experienced it, because the people that you play with aren't good enough yet. That is what I'm saying. So please don't let it seem like I'm just talking down to you guys, thinking that Bronze to Diamond players suck. And it's not an accomplishment to reach gold. It's not an accomplishment to reach platinum. And that's not what I'm saying. There's just a lot that you guys don't know yet, that you guys can't know yet until you get to the rank that will teach you it, or until someone teaches it to you offhand. What Wolverine is successful at, you guys don't know yet. There's not a lot of punishment given to you until you get to higher ranks. And then once you do that, you start to evolve your Wolverine gameplay. That being said, I think he actually does have the potential to carry, but just based off the skill level of the ranks in there, I think he's just kind of like, if your team can capitalize on how you play and what you do, Wolverine's very good. If they cannot and they don't really understand, then Wolverine probably won't see as much success as he would like to. There's not a lot of cohesion when it comes to Bronze to Diamond gameplay. Players typically just do whatever they want to do outright. Like, I'm pretty sure you guys know, if you guys are in that rank, you got one person over there doing something, you got another person over there doing something, your tank's doing something, your healers are doing something. Everybody's just doing weird stuff sometimes. And that is not what Wolverine wants. Wolverine wants that cohesion. Wolverine wants you to be ready. Wolverine wants you to know that he's about to do something and what we're going to do to capitalize on that move and stuff like that. And you're just not going to get that. And the healers usually aren't hyper aware. So if Wolverine was to do something, get low, go behind a wall to get somewhere and come back, you might not even get heals until you are right in front of their face. They're not as hyper aware as higher rank healers, where they are aware of everybody that is in front of them. And if you need HP, as soon as you turn the corner, they're ready to heal you. It's a big difference between high ranks and low ranks when it comes out of that. Okay. So, that's where we are with him. Mr. Fantastic. Ooh, God. Bro, Mr. Fantastic, this character. I actually really like this character. He's starting to become my DPS pool. Mr. Fantastic is great. He could take out people in the air as long as they're close enough. He could take out characters like Thor, or Captain America by like grabbing them. He can peel. Very, very good at, like, he has great CC, shielding his teammates. He's a very all-round character. What makes him very good is the fact that he can get bonus HP. So, let's get some bonus HP real quick. Or not bonus HP, but you know. Okay. That right there is ridiculous. Look how much HP that is. Plus, he still does a ton of damage. That's crazy. The other thing that he is really good at is creating space. This, you don't even need to really hit on the center because it slows people that are in range. Which means that even if you don't KO anybody, you're making it so they can barely move. Ridiculous. You're creating space, you're providing crowd control. the slow, you're providing knockups, you're providing stuns. Then you can be invulnerable,
Return the favor.
right? And the cool part about this character is he doesn't really take a lot of effort to learn how to pilot. He's not as complicated as he might seem. He's just weird. Once you get used to it, he's better. But the very, very important thing about this character is the fact that when you punch, you don't need to aim, because when you slide it, you hit them.
That was simple.
That right there, on a character that's incredibly hard to move, or hard to hit, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Captain America, Thor, you don't even need to aim. That is too much. That's too much. So, I'm not saying he's broken, but I'm saying he's broken. All that in one. This dude is everything. This dude is everything you want in a DPS. But I will say that he's understandably broken. You know what I mean? He's not broken to the point where his kit is toxic. It's not a toxic kit. He's understandably broken. The way that he plays, what he can do, he gives you a lot of tools, and it's really up to you to use them properly to get the most value out of them. And I feel like that's one of like the best type of character designs, where you give the player a lot of tools and then saying, hey, no, go for it. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Go for it. That's Mr. Fantastic. And everything that he does is always good. Doesn't matter what it is. And you don't really need to understand exactly what you're doing, and he provides value. And that right there is just easily just one of the better characters in the game. Really, really love that character. I hate going against them, but I love the design. They did a great job. Next, we have Invisible Woman. I'm not going to talk too much about her. She's one of the best healers in the game. And when I say that, not a lot of healers in this game are true healers. She is a true support. She has the heal, she has the utility, she has the peel. Should she need to do damage, she can. It's not as much as like Cloak and Dagger. But she's your basic foundation of a true support character. And the invisibility thing is busted, bro. Like, being invisible is OP. But again, not much to say about her. I just know that she's a very, very good character, and that's why. There's not, like, you just know she's good. There's not a bad bone in her body. She's good. There's nothing that she can't do other than just pop out tons of damage. But she is not a carry. She needs to have a good team. You can do things to enable your team to win the matches, but because you don't have the damage to secure on your own, because you don't really have a lot of agency when it comes to really winning fights, you have to set your team up to win the fight. And if you set them up and they can't tee off, you lose. You know what I mean? So that's how this character is kind of designed. You need to have some decent teammates. They don't need to be amazing, but they need to know how to use you. They need to know, like your flyers or DPS need to know how to use your shield when you put it on them. Your team needs to know how to react when you pull someone to you. Your team needs to know how to react once you take someone out the air with your orb. Like, they need to know how to behave with you. And that's the thing that makes Invisible Woman not a solo carry. Like, you need to know how to play with her. But she's a very great character, for sure. Next, we have Human Torch. Very strong character, without a doubt. But through all of what this guy can do, he's not a solo carry. If you're going to solo carry with Human Torch, you're going to need to be an above average Human Torch, and I mean Smurf level. And if you're that, you wouldn't be in the ring. So, yeah. Human Torch doesn't have what he needs to carry. He's an enabler. He's kind of like Storm. It's like you can pick people off, but that's the thing. Your window of pick off is very long, like in terms of how often you can do it. And you might not even be successful, right? So your window of opportunity is very narrow. On top of that, your recharge period is fairly long. And on top of that, you're a flyer. So that means you can't really commit to a lot of things anyway because you're a flyer. I will also say between bronze and diamond, even in high ranks really, flying characters have a very hard time getting healed because healers don't usually look up. So you can't overcommit too much or you're probably not going to get healed. And by the time you do, you might get KO'd anyway. This character is very solid, don't get me wrong. But just the potential to straight up win a match if your team sucks, not happening unless you're smurfing. And again, if you're smurfing, that's not your true rank, so it doesn't even matter. Because He's more of an enabler. He's more of like, I can do a lot of stuff, but we just got to work together. That's pretty much how Human Torch is. Next we have the Thing. When we're talking about the Thing is one of those characters that are very niche. He's a niche character. You can main him if you want, but like really he's a niche character. He thrives a lot more on dives, dive comps on his team or the enemy team. When it comes to flying characters, has a rough time. But one of the main things that makes Thing good is the fact that he can solo healers. They don't heal enough to prevent him from taking you out. So if he notices that you're out of position and he goes for you, similar to Doctor Strange, there's not really much that you can realistically do if he's on top of you. That being said, one of the few things that he struggles with is, one, to get to you. If you're far away, he has to run at you, right? Essentially, the only way that he gets out is if someone's behind him. So he has to understand, like, is there anybody behind me to get to me? In a situation where we're playing all these characters that are very, very far away, such as poke characters that are taking really off angles, or flying characters, or even healers that are really far away like Rocket, you don't have someone behind you to do that. That being said, you also get poked. The overshield isn't going to prevent you from taking damage. So if you're getting poked as you're charging in, you're not going to have an overshield once you leave or once you stay there. And you're going to either have to choose to either just turn around and get running back the other direction, or you're probably just going to blow up because you just stopped and you have nothing left to sustain you. It's hard to get openings with this character unless people are very out of position. But his ult is great. His ult is like one of the best ultimates in the game. Very good team setup. If you're solo tanking, you're gonna struggle. Off tank, you might have a little bit more wiggle room. It's a toss-up between decent team easy wins and then match-by-match basis. Because some comps, the Thing can't really do anything. Like realistically, there's some comps where this character can't really play the game. And you're gonna have to be very creative of how you approach situation to play, right? Like realistically, sometimes you can't do anything. He's not he doesn't have a way to hit anything higher than him. So if you position higher or you're a flyer, you have to get really creative on how to like finesse the situation. That being said, a lot of the maps do have a lot of low points or a lot of narrow airways that can help him be more successful, but that's freaking hard, bro. I'm gonna say this. If you main the Thing, decent team, easy wins. If you're just getting into the Thing, match by match basis. Again, similar to everybody in the match by match basis category, you need to play a lot of games to really understand how to play the character anyway. And then once you learn how to play the character, you need to understand the fundamentals and how to adjust your gameplay for a specific situation. So he requires more effort than he might seem, especially because there's not really any divers anymore. Next we have Emma Frost. Dude, this character. Ugh. Playing Strange into this character is so much of a pain. I have to be so aware about her range and her distance. Emma Frost can punish a lot of people, but she will get punished if she makes a mistake. However, in Bronze to Diamond, you get away with a lot more mistakes, and there's a lot more mistakes for you to punish. So I'm gonna say she has very good pick potential. She has very good anti-dive potential. She's very good shield off healing potential, or just shield off damage in general. She gets tankier when she goes into diamond form. She can snatch flyers out the air. But one of the major things is preventing people from ulting, especially in a meta where we have 3 healers that are going to ult back to back to back to back. Just preventing one from ulting and being able to KO the healer before they ult is just phenomenally huge value provided to the team. And the fact that it does a lot of damage in general. Now, the only caveat to this is that Doctor Strange can block that entire ult if he has his shield up. That's the only character in this game that can block the entire ult for his team. But that's just on you to play ult better. Like, you shouldn't be ulting if he can shield. You know what I mean? So that's kind of just like a personal problem or a skill problem. In my opinion, I think she's definitely a solo carry tank. If you are a very good Emma Frost player, especially because she got an increase to her range for this. She can shoot from much further distance than she used to be able to. She can deal with flyers a little bit more reliably now. She can also zone players off. The continuation of the beam is very strong. Being able to charge it up and do more damage is also very strong. As I said, being able to shield off flyers or being able to shield off healers is huge. If a tank decides to walk past you and you shield off their healers just like that, and you snatch that tank up and you start fighting them, what are they going to do? She just requires a little bit more creativity. That's all. But once you get her down, you will be winning more games than you lose any day of the week. But you just have to remember, she can get punished as hard as she can punish others. Next, we have Ultron, the newest character to the bunch. This character, it's hard. It's hard because this character has potential to straight up solo carry a match. But the carry potential is reliant on the team. If people in decent team and easy wins, you're enabling your team. The thing is with Ultron, your team needs to be decent for you to carry, but he can carry. But if your team sucks, he's not carrying anything. So it's one of those kind of weird situations where he's kind of in two at once. Even if there's 3 healers, he still needs the team to be okay, to be able to carry. But if you focus too much on doing damage, if you are too focused on doing damage, you're not going to get value out of Ultron's healing and shielding, which means you might let your team fail in that regard. But if you focus too much on healing and shielding, you're not going to get as much value out of Ultron. So this is a weird one. This is a weird one. This is a weird one. I'm going to say because he needs a decent team to carry, he goes in decent team, easy win. But let's just say your team is decent, but they're not that great at like doing damage or securing KOs. He can do it for you. He's similar to Loki, except the thing about Loki is Loki's more consistent than Ultron. That's all. His heals are better. His damage is better. The way that he can play is better. Like, his kit is more solid, and his ult is better. When it comes to Ultron, you really have to have your team be on the same page for you to be able to carry. They need to be able to play with you, and if that happens, then you truly can carry the match. So this is where we're at. I'm going to take a brief little screenshot of this because I am going to make a video after the stream. I'm going to make a video after the stream, little short video to just let people know the tier list that I made up. So save this one. We're going to say, now, for those of you that have been waiting for the high rank tier list, that is what we are moving on to. So what we're going to do, we're going to do this in a weird order because I'm just going to, I can't drag them back. Okay, we're just gonna have to reset the, I don't want to reset the, but we're gonna reset the entire thing here. Or, if I reset the entire thing, I have to make the, yeah, let's just reset the, this one's gonna be shorter though. This one isn't going to be that much that long of a tier list because we already understand my thought process on all of them. Maybe I'm just gonna make another. I'm gonna drag them here. They're not gonna be in order, but again, it doesn't really matter. Actually, forget it. I'm just gonna reset the entire tier list. While I do that, look at this. Have a good time. Talk amongst yourselves. I will reset this entire list because, yeah. How do you guys feel about the high rank tier list when I do them? Do you guys feel like it's not relevant? Are you guys like, I actually like to see what high rank players are dealing with, or you guys are like, I don't really like the low rank tier list. I just rather have the high rank tier. Like, what do you guys think about seeing those different types of perspectives? I didn't start off on doing multiple, but I thought that having two different ones would be very beneficial for people who might not understand why I'm saying something is better than it is. And of course, you guys know that when I do these, I'm not saying I'm 100% right about anything. You know, this is just what I feel based off my experience. That's it. So. All right, here we go. I mean, Puka, you'll be surprised. A lot of people who hit diamond with like a specific character or characters, they tend to swap, because what happens when you plateau, and this goes for any rank, what happens when you plateau is that you think that it's your character. And it's subconscious, but you just feel like it's your character. And sometimes it is. Maybe you're not good enough to overcome the hurdle, so you have to swap to a different character. That doesn't mean you know what's best. It just happens. That's what I did last season, or the season before that with Cap. He was horrible in Celestial, so I just was like, I'm not about to play him. And I just found what was best for me. I don't mind it, though I doubt I'm ever gonna climb that. You guys are gonna, look, anybody who feels like you're not gonna climb their high rank, don't lie to yourselves, okay? You guys got this. Believe in yourself. You just gotta apply yourself. If I can do it, you can do it. That's all you gotta think about. Look, Poppin', this guy did it. This guy's a troll. This guy sucks. He did it. I could do it. Oh, there you go. I'm solved. Yeah, that's all I gotta do. That's all you gotta say. Have I tried playing Ultron? Yeah, I play a lot of Ultron. I like him a lot. I just don't play support that often, especially on my main account. But I do, when I play support, I do like playing him. I think he's a really good support, and he plays like Sage from Final Fantasy 14. I love Sage, and so I just like having that bot drone heal, and it's cool. It's really cool. I like him a lot. I like him a lot. Too much effort to get to high rank? Nah, it's only effort if you think it's effort. I think it's important to know both sides. I'm glad. I put Spider-Man not worth time. I don't want to play him. That's funny. Okay. Here we go. Let's do it. We're gonna be quick because we've been here for a while. Let's get through this. Here we go. First character, right off the bat, Adam Warlock. The problem with Adam Warlock that we had seen before was the character, your team not understanding much. as you get to higher ranks, when you get to diamond to one above all, the more you climb closer to one above all, the more people understand how Adam Warlock works. They might not want to play with him, don't get me wrong, but we understand how he works and we understand the value that he provides. If he soul binds, we understand we go ham. If he healed already a lot, we understand we need to relax. Now, closer towards diamond, it, might, maybe not, but as you progress, it goes up a little bit higher. Most of the time, you'll be having 3 healers in these ranks, unfortunately. This is why I don't like playing, but I do it anyway. But there's 3 healers almost every single game. And that makes Adam Warlock less of a stress for the team, which means you can do a little bit more damage. And by this time, you understand pretty much the basics of the game. Maybe not everything you need to know, but you understand how to position, maybe where you could take your shots from and simple stuff like that. I know when I've done reviews in the past for Diamond players and Grandmaster players, that's still something that they lack, but like a basic understanding of it is pretty much all you need. When it comes to Adam Warlock, I think that it's a decent team, easy win. If you can have a team that knows how to play with you, this character is really strong, like really strong. That being said, you still don't have enough agency if your team sucks. And that's the problem with Adam Warlock. If your team sucks and your heals aren't enough, you can't, this character just is horrible. It's horrible. But most of the time, especially during this season where there's always 3 healers, that's not a thing as much anymore, as much as last season, which is why I had him at not worth your time in last season, because you really only had 2 healers. And if it wasn't enough heals, you lose, period. There's no getting around it. 3 healers, you don't really need to worry about that as much anymore. He can play the game, he can shoot, he provide a lot of damage, and that's where he comes up to. As I said, if your team sucks though, you're probably not gonna win. Next we have Black Panther. As I said before, the character is really hard to hit. As you get better at Black Panther, as you enter these ranks, the character becomes more and more of a threat. For the same reason on why I put him as solo carry before, I'm putting him at solo carry now. Even if you don't get the KOs, you still end up providing a lot of value for your team by being a pseudo dive tank in the backline, distracting, allowing for the rest of your team to capitalize on your gameplay. Should you be very good at picking people off, should they not be together, you will insta KO somebody like that. Even if the healer is looking at him, you'll get so good at this character that they don't have enough time to heal. And most of the time, all you need to do is be a presence to bait out a Cloak and Dagger heal, or to bait out an Invisible Woman jump, or a pushback, and then you just go after that and you get the KO. Some people might not agree with the placement of this character, but anyone who's ever went against a really good Black Panther knows for sure this character can solo carry a match. Next character that we have, and we're snowballing through, we're snowballing through this. We're getting through. We're getting through. Next character that we have is Black Widow. Honestly, decent team, easy wins. And I'm not talking about somebody who's just picking up this character. If you're this high, you probably have a lot of games under your belt of the character. If you're a true blue Black Widow main, like you really love this character, you have hours on this character, she's not bad. The thing about Black Widow is that people don't know how to use her potential properly. But if your team is decent, if your team understands how to play and just letting you play the game, bro, she's really, really solid. What I will do though, because I feel like that's unfair, what I will do is I'll knock her down a peg. Because not every Black Widow can play like that. So we'll knock her down a peg. And if you are a really, really good Black Widow player, you're going to be fine with the team that is pretty decent. If you aren't, you're going to have a match by match basis. What do they have? What do I have? Do we play well together, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Do we need more damage? There are times where players in higher rank generally go 3 healers, 2 tanks, 1 DPS. If you're that 1 DPS as Black Widow, you're not providing enough value. You don't have enough damage to actually do anything. You will need to swap to a DPS, or they need to have an additional DPS to complement your lack of sustained damage. That's why I said if you are a really good Black Widow player, she kind of goes up. But I will say if you're not just trying her out, but you got hours on her, it's still like match by match basis. What do we have? What do they have? And stuff like that. But she's not horrible. Next, we have Cap. Cap's match by match basis, still the same. I forgot to select them. Cap is still the same. Still 50-50. I mean, man, what are you going to do? the way that you guys see me play Cap, you guys know, and I play Cap more than a lot of players. Like I've been playing this guy since season 0, but you guys know that some matches are so coin flip. I can have 4 people on me and my team still loses somehow in a 5v2. That's the type of gameplay you're getting when you play Cap in these ranks. It's does your team really understand how to play with you? Now, if you are a better player, just like Black Widow, all you need is a decent team to win. But if you're not someone who knows how to deal with flyers as Cap, if you're not someone who knows how to deal with penny mines as Cap, if you're not someone who knows how to dive properly as Cap, especially with some of these hard to dive characters, you're going to be in a situation where based off what they choose, you'll lose. This is why when you see the Thing played against me or Wolverine or Mr. Fantastic, I don't swap. I know how to deal with that, but I'm a true captain player. Most captain players are not, and if they get that on the enemy team, this is when it starts to become a match by match basis, because I can't play Cap how I want to play because they have counters and I didn't learn how to beat those counters. Should you be someone like myself who really mains the character and really knows a lot of their ins and outs, that bumps up to decent team. I can win a match even if they have 4 flyers. Why? I know how to tank into it. I know what to do about it. I know how to give my team the openings to do it. If they have the Thing, if they have Wolverine, if they have Mr. Fantastic, I know how to play differently around how they play to be successful. Again, that is something you will learn as a main, which is why I put Black Widow in the same position. If you are a true Black Widow main and you know how to be that main, then it revolves around just having a decent team to complement you. That's all. Moving into the next one, you have Cloak and Dagger. So Cloak and Dagger is still really good. The thing that happens a lot in Diamond to One Above All is that players become very good at landing ultimates on Cloak and Dagger. That doesn't mean you're excused from getting blasted when you do, but it does mean that you need to understand you're not about to willy-nilly get away with just ulting straight off the bat. You need to have a plan of where to go. You need to have a plan about what to do after your ult dashes are finished. That is something that a lot of players, even a Celestial that we've seen on my stream, do not understand. But the character itself is still really, really good. And the amount of versatility that she has is insane. This is why you probably see her almost every single game when I stream. She has played almost as much as Rocket, if not more. Actually, she's played more than Rocket on both, I think, PC and on console. She is played all the time. I will say she's not solo carrying at this point anymore. You do need a decent win, or a decent team. You're not about to solo carry as Cloak and Dagger. Yes, she gets MVP quite often, but that doesn't mean she's solo carrying. It means her team is doing well and she can play how she wants to play. The worse your team does, the more work you have to do. And you're not about to just straight up run someone down with Cloak and get picks. And it's very few far in between that starts to happen. So in my opinion, decent team, easy wins is pretty much where she's at. Next, we have Doctor Strange. We're talking about Doctor Strange. He was at solo carries, but as you get higher and higher, players start positioning further away from you. Players start to understand more about your ultimate. Players start to understand where they should be, just in case Doctor Strange wants to get a little crazy. He still has the potential to win fights by himself. He still has the potential to take out people who are mispositioning. However, more often than not, you will see that if a Doctor Strange ults, it's not going to be on an entire team. It's usually on 1 or 2 targets because they don't clump together as much when playing against a Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange has been around since season 0, and people already know how to deal with this character. And they did give him a little bit buff to deal with these flyers and whatnot, but as you get higher and higher with a tank like this, your window of opportunity starts to become more narrow and more narrow and more narrow. And the closer you get to One Above All, the less you can just do because you want to. You don't have that much freedom. You have to wait until you're allowed to do what you want to do. This is why a lot of the times when I play Cap, I tell you guys I'm scanning. It's similar. You're scanning to see when you can play. And sometimes I'm jumping around for like 30 seconds and I only have 2 seconds to play the game. When you're in that type of scenario, you realize you don't have a lot of impact, and if you miss that window, you're probably going to end up losing your chance to make a game-winning play. That being said, if he does land a great Eye of Eye of Agamotto, he does end up doing a really good job in these team fights, but that's only when he has ultimate, and that's only when the cards are stacked right. In my opinion, Doctor Strange at this rank is going to be a decent team, easy wins. If your team knows how to play with you, he will be able to be much more of a threat. But if your team sucks, you're going to start noticing the potential for Doctor Strange to do what he wants. You start noticing the potential for him to get great ultimates. It starts to diminish because his team isn't really doing that way great to complement the character. That's just my thought process for him, and that's someone who's played him strictly through. I played him strictly through Bronze to Celestial, only Doctor Strange, and then I started playing Cap once I hit Celestial the first time on my main account. That's the difference that I've noticed with this character. Next, we have Groot. So it's Groot in higher ranks. Yeah. He's similar to Cap and Black Widow. Match by match basis. People in these ranks will counter you, and people in these ranks play a lot of good characters. They main good characters. So Wolverine is going to be mained. Mr. Fantastic is going to be mained. Emma Frost is going to be mained. Like all these characters that just need to get to you and make your life a pain. People will pick Punisher to destroy walls, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, people know how to destroy walls at this rank. You're not just going to have them for free. People know how to position better as healer. People know how to tank better. Like, he doesn't get away with as much as he used to get away with as lower ranks. Now, that's not to be said that a really good group player can't make some things happen, but we're not talking about the 1,000-hour Groot player. We're talking about someone who probably has about maybe 10 hours into Groot, 20 hours into Groot. Maybe you're just starting Groot, or you want to get into Groot for this rank. This is the hurdle that you're going to have to go through. You're going to get counterpicked. They're going to counter you, and you need to know how to play against that. As you get more hours into the character, just like Black Widow and Captain America, you're going to start seeing that as long as I have a decent team, I'm chilling. And when you get that good at Groot, you can even go a little bit higher if you get really good at Groot and you can start solo carrying. However, those games are very few far in between. I very rarely see a Groot straight up win a game by himself. You do need a decent team for that to happen. But you need games under your belt to even get to that rank of decent team, easy wins. Next, we have Hawkeye. At this point, as we talked about before, Hawkeye needs to learn how to position properly, or they need to be pocketed. When you play Hawkeye in high rank, the players that generally play him understand how long they can survive, and they understand how long they can survive, and they understand how long they can ignore what's in the peripherals. You guys will see me do this a lot when I'm playing DPS, or when I'm playing, even when I'm tanking or playing healer. You'll notice that I don't react to what's next to me until I need to. Hawkeye players are very good at this, and they only react when they need to. I can be in their face as Cap, but they're going to ignore me because they know that they're safe, because they know the healer's pocketing them, or they know how much damage they can take before they let that shot fly. If I can get a pick on that target and you only get me to half HP, I'm taking my chances, right? That's generally what they do. Because your healers understand more about how to pocket in these ranks, Hawkeye has a lot more room to play. And by this point, you're very good at aiming. By this point, you're pretty decent at positioning. And he's able to solo carry a match as long as you leave this guy alone. If he gets dove, he can still deal with it. He's not one of those characters that can't handle dives. And so this character is ridiculous, actually. Like, he can really stomp a game. I find myself sometimes noticing this guy starting to carry his team, and I'd have to just drop everything and be on this guy the entire time. If I'm playing Strange, I'm shielding him every single time I see him. If I'm playing Cap, I'm diving this guy every single second. If I'm playing Star-Lord, diving every single second. Like, I don't play. When I notice this guy's playing the game for free, I have to do something to say you can't do this. And that's the only way you beat the character. Unfortunately, a lot of your teammates aren't going to understand how to do that, and you're going to lose to him. You'll one-shot people at ults. I mean, the guy's crazy. Don't even add Mantis into the equation. Mantis with, oh my god, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. This character's disgusting. He's still hard to play, don't get me wrong, but he's still really, really strong. Next, we have Hela. Not much to say. Pretty much just like last time, she stays in the solo carries category, just like Hawkeye, but better and easier to play, in my opinion. Next, we have the Hulk. same as he was before. People can deal with you a little bit easier now. They know how to deal with you. But by this point, if you're playing Hulk, you're a really good Hulk player. And usually people are going to pick Namor with you as well. People like to do a lot more team ups in these ranks and lower ranks, whether or not they can play the character. But you'll get a lot of that too. So not only do you get the ability to play Hulk, but you also get to say, okay, well, if I play Hulk, somebody might play Namor. And then that just skyrockets your win potential right then and there. Now, this is a solo tier list. It's not like you're going to have a duo that picks Namor every single time. But more often than not, if you play Hulk, I guarantee one person's going to try to play Namor with you just because that's a very disgusting combo. My opinion, still very, very strong. His hitbox is way too big. The ability to infinite jump is just way too much. Like, very, very strong character. Very, very strong character. Next, we have Iron Fist. So when it comes to Iron Fists in these ranks, okay, so I hate this character. You guys know I hate this character. This character's stupid, and I want him to be deleted. But I'm not stupid. I'm not oblivious. The team can understand exactly how to deal with him, and if they do, he's not going to get any value. That means he has to play a little bit better than average in order to even make the character work. But as someone who plays solo and doesn't have a duo to rely on or a couple of people to rely on, I can tell you there's more often than not, he will probably win the match. Even more so, I've seen people swap to him to win the match, and then they win the match. Like this is between Diamond and One Above All, this will probably be one of the characters you see the most if people start losing. And they'll just take him out just to see if they can win. And most of the time they actually do end up winning, unfortunately, because the character is very hard to deal with. Now, if you main this character, oh my God, that's a whole different story entirely. So, one of the main things that I think also allows this guy to carry his matches is going to be just being able to deal with flyers. Not a lot of melee characters can deal with flyers, but the dude can basically float. I'll actually give you guys
My power is a gift from Sola the Undying.
a brief example of what I'm talking about. So I mean, it's no surprise that he can float in the air by doing this, right? Like, you guys know this. You can also add in jumps to just basically fly forever. He also doesn't need to touch the ground. As you see, my jumps recharge when I'm on the wall. So essentially, I can hover the entire squad without touching the ground, and you need to try to hit something on the wall, something doing backflips, something blocking, something, you know, and if I get too low, I'll just dip out. Like, we have all that. Yeah, we know. But when we're dealing with flyers,
3, 2,
this is something that makes him very valuable. I'll even put them at random movement, and I'll put them at super quick, right? So let's do that.
Another loser punch.
So this is going to be a really fast movement, and it's also going to be very sporadic movement.
1.
What Iron Fist needs to do is run on the wall, locate him. This is what he needs to do. And I'm not even using any abilities. What I'm doing is just turning my camera and holding the right trigger. Like, why is this even a character? So you guys can see, I don't dislike this character because I dislike Iron Fist. This is just a very unhealthy and unnatural character for the game. And that's not counting his abilities. That's not counting his combos that really good Iron Fist know how to pull off. This is just basic Iron Fist gameplay, and I can do something like that. That just doesn't make any sense. Really good Iron Fist players will obviously throw in a kick. Very good Iron Fist players will throw in the punch. Very good Iron Fist players will you know, do their double jumps. They'll do a lot. And when you get at that level of Iron Fist gameplay, you will start solo carrying matches like no other. Like, you will be a very, very hard force to reckon with. I would actually play this character, but there's stuff that I just dislike about his kit that doesn't mesh with me. But I have been tempted to just say, I'm Cap, Iron Fist time. but I just can't bring myself to do it. I just can't bring myself. I just can't bring myself to do it. So I don't play him. But if there's any character that I ever was like, I'm mad that I'm on a loss streak of like 3 or 4 and I just want to win, that is the one character that pops into my mind that I'm like, I'm about to play, and then I don't, but I would. So I think he's still a carry. Even though he got nerfed just a little bit, it doesn't remove any of the stuff that he was able to do before. Just makes him a little bit less tanky. Next, we have Iron Man. So with Iron Man now, and you're in rank where people understand how to position a little bit better, they understand how to aim, especially because in this poke meta, there's multiple flyers as well that can also take you out. Iron Man is actually one of the slower flyers in the game. And yes, he's very fast doing this, but everything else he does is very slow. You see how slow I move? You see this? This is very slow compared to all the other flying characters. When I do this, it's slowed. I can't move. If we try to do it with like Storm, look how fast I am compared to him. If we turn on the boost, look how fast I am compared to him. Human Torch, same thing.
Step aside and let a real
Right?
hero show you.
And this guy even has the ability to dive to get out of harm's way. Same thing with Ultron. Right? He's faster too. So Iron Man is actually one of the slowest flyers in the game. The reason why he's a hard carry in bronze to diamond is because players don't contest the character. He was actually still a really good character last season 2 dealing with divers because again he was uncontested. But now, especially in high ranks, higher rank players tend to abide by meta more often than lower rank players. And so there's a lot of Hela players, a lot of Hawkeye players, there's a lot of Punisher players, there's a lot of like people that can get the people out the sky, Bucky players, Namor. People actively swap to these things to deal with flyers. Being one of the slowest flyers means that your potency is just not there anymore. So, in my opinion, he's really only good if he has a decent team. Can he still solo carry? Yeah, but you're banking on that ult. If you can't ult properly, you're probably not going to solo carry your match. Your team is going to hold you back, especially because you're going to get sniped out the sky repeatedly unless you have very good positioning. And if he has to position a little bit too far, he can't transition from this to this if he's just like all the way over there. You know what I mean? So he bumps down a little bit when we're talking about flying characters for this rank. Oh man. Next we have Jeff. Jesus, I hate this character. So actually, I like Jeff. I hate people who play Jeff in my games all the time. There's not okay. Sometimes there's some good Jeffs, but like most of the time, I just rather not have you not play Jeff. So Jeff this season has become one of those default heal picks for some reason. So people who don't play support get forced into support, and then they pick Jeff like that's gonna be the answer, and it's never the answer. So they just like make me lose my games. We leave that in. Jeff be throwing my games, man. I will say, if you get a good Jeff that understands how to actually play like a strategist, he is a problem. One of the main things that makes him really good is the fact that he can take out flyers just like this. That is important because there's a lot of flyers, right? Now, the one thing that makes Jeff a problem in terms of my matches, I guess a lot of matches. But yeah, being able to do this, you might not be able to KO, but what you're doing is making them back up. And that's good enough. But again, the thing is like Jeff players don't understand when they have the luxury to do this and fight people versus when they need to heal people. There's a balance that they don't understand. And this is something that Rocket players used to struggle with too until they just became, you know, heal bots basically. Not all of them, but y'all know there's a lot of them out there that just kind of heal rather than do damage. This is something that a lot of them struggle with. And when we're talking about Rocket, I always tell you guys, you need to learn how to balance both healing and doing damage if you want to be really successful with the character. Jeff is no exception. He's the exact same. You need to understand when you can do damage, when you can fight the enemy versus when you just need to heal for that duration of the move or that duration of the team fight. If you don't understand this, you are going to lose your team games. And this is what I often see a lot in these ranks, because everybody has an ego and everybody wants to do damage and be the carry, and nobody wants to actually play properly. If you play Jeff properly, he's actually a pretty good character. He's not even a match by match basis character at this point. He just, if you have a decent team, this character will thrive. He was that way for Bronze to Diamond, where it was match by match basis, but a lot of the times your team is good enough to win the match, as long as you can support them enough to win the match. You know what I mean? This is why Rocket in high ranks is way more successful in low ranks, because all you need to do is make sure they can come back if they get KO'd, or they can stay topped off with heals. You can do that, the team will carry you. He's in the same boat. You just make sure you're healing the target and let them continue to fight. He's basically Rocket 2.0, just without like an actual crazy ult. And as you play Jeff, and as you continue to be a very good Jeff player, you know, you start to be able to do more and more and more. What I will say is his ult is something that a lot of players at this rank know how to dodge. So you got to be a little bit more creative than just, I'm going to eat you and walk you off the map, because that's not going to work anymore. But aside from that, really good, really decent like character, for sure. Next, we have Loki. Not much to say. We're just going to keep this list moving. Character is very strong. He will solo carry a match by himself. He actually did one. I actually had someone solo carry a match in Celestial today. And he then proceeded to BM the enemy team, and say, he's like, you guys suck. And then he typed, you guys are boosted. You guys are boosted plat players. And I was like, bruh, I mean, we helped. You didn't do it. But like, he's that strong. So he will forever be this strong. And I think he will always be one of those characters. Next, we have Luna Snow. When I see Luna Snow, I think free food. Whenever I play Cap, and if you have a Luna Snow, you're going to be my first target. And they can't get away from Cap. Like, as much as you want to, it's very hard to escape a Cap as Luna Snow. You either have to already be running from Cap, or you have to figure out a way to... You have to either already be running from Cap or freeze him when he's on you. If you can't do either of those two, he's going to get you. And I always go on this character. What I will say, though, is that if she does this, I leave her alone. Because this is one of the few things that prevent you from KOing her as a diver. If you learn how to do this properly, if you learn how to freeze and then run away to your team properly, like if you know how to play all of that, well, you'll be a pretty decent Luna Snow player. I actually think she's great, but just for me, in this meta, she's a little bit better because there's not a lot of divers. But for me, I perma target her. She does not survive anything. But I'm not going to be biased based off what I've seen, and the people in the meta that I've noticed in these ranks are going to be just decent team easy win. She's very strong actually, and she just got a buff as well to be able to fight and do more damage. Very strong character. Next we have Magic. Pretty much for the same reason as I said in the other tier list. She has the ability to one-shot a triple heal comp, and that's what you need. So most healers can't stop Magic. There's not a lot of them that can stop her. If she gets to you, you're probably going to be KO'd. Not a lot of people can run away from Magic. You really got to know exactly what her kit does to get away from her, and even then, if the Magic player is good, you're losing. So she might not win the game, but she'll either take you out, or she's going to be an annoyance for your team, and she will solo carry. You guys actually seen that match where I distracted their entire team, all 5, and Magic 1v5 my backline. That shouldn't happen. So yeah, if you play a good Magic, there's nothing you really can't do with that character. She's such a great character. I hate her, don't get me wrong, but part of me wants to play her and main her too. So it's like halfway. And I actually like the Marvel character. I do like the Marvel character. I just hate going against this character because I can't deal with her. And it's just like please team know how to deal with Magic, because if not, we lose. type of situations, at least for the characters that I play. So that's why I hate her. But I do like her, and I've debated actually maining this character. Debated. Next we have Magneto. Someone clicked that said he wants to main her. No, I don't want to main her. I thought about it. Okay. But it's just because she's cool. She's a cool character. Like, I might hate the character, but y'all can't deny Magic is a cool character. The sword is cool, the moves are cool. She's a really cool character. Like, I like that she has such great skill expression. They did the character well. I just hate how strong she is. I hate how much overshield that she gets. I hate the teleport is making her invulnerable. I hate how much damage she has when she ults, but the actual design, the aesthetic, they nailed that character. For Magneto, it's honestly match by match basis. He gets pretty abused. If you become a true one-trick Magneto player, it's decent team, easy win. I think more for this meta, he might be a little bit better. But unless you're a true blue Magneto player, the character kind of lackluster, and you're probably going to get run over pretty frequently. He doesn't have enough damage to KO anybody, and that's a problem. That's a problem. Because basically, if someone dives his team, right, he either has two options. Protect the dive or like try to KO the backline. But with 3 healers, you're not KOing the backline. So you have to protect the dive. But by doing so, you're giving up so much pressure. And if all I have to do is dive you every time to win the game, I'm going to win the game. There's not enough wiggle room this patch, I think, for him at the moment, other than being able to land his ult. If you're not good at landing Magneto's ult, the value of this character drops drastically. I think he just needs more damage to deal with this 3 healer stuff. But I also think there should be a role queue where we don't have 3 healers or 3 tanks or 3 DPS. We just have 2-2-2. But you know, that's a whole other topic for another story. And I know some of y'all don't agree with that. But for right now, this is where I think that he is. If you are a true Magneto one trick and you love Magneto, decent team, easy wins. I also know the higher you get to one above all, the more the stronger this character becomes. But even so, you really need to be a mag one trick. You got to know his ins and outs, or he's got to be someone you put in your pocket. Okay. Next we have Mantis. So Mantis in higher ranks gets a little bit more justice because people know how to play with her. People know how to aim with her. There's not a lot of people that play Mantis in higher ranks that don't know how to play Mantis. I still think that it's kind of match by match basis, but from someone who's played a lot of Mantis recently in my own rank, I do know that I win more when my team is pretty decent. So she's along with Luna. You're not really trying to solo carry the match. You're trying to enable others to do so. And if you can manage to do that, especially with the buff for heals, just put the heal onto the target before they go in. They're already getting sustained healed as they're in. Some of the best characters that I like playing Mantis with are divers. I can give them a boost of damage, and then I can also give them that HP. And when you're dealing with something like Magic, who likes to be in and out and, you know, likes to have that overshield, this character is invaluable for a character like that. So I think the higher you get, the more they know how to use Mantis heals, and the more they know how to use it, the easier it is that you have to win. You just got to worry about being dove yourself. But again, we're in a meta right now where it doesn't even matter. And you can most likely deal with whatever dives you. So that's where I think she belongs. Moon Knight. Moon Knight, again, is a very niche type of character. He's a character that, for the most part, he doesn't do well with anything that is not in a closed area or where he can use his Ankh, as we discussed before. Just a match by match basis. If you get really good at Moon Knight, he becomes better, but he's even harder to pull off in this rank because people know what to do against you. You're not about to just get anything cheeky. The only thing that I will say is if you get really good at Moon Knight ults, because he gets it so frequently, if you get really good at Moon Knight ults, you become a menace. And if you know how to use them, oh my God, so great, so great. But you are going to need to be a Moon Knight one trick. And I mean a one trick, because there's a lot of what you can't do. That being said, should you play Moon Knight in a specific spot where this character thrives, you don't need to be a one trick. So again, he's like the Thing. Very niche. He's very niche. And unless you main him, you're probably not going to get much value out of him. It's aside from those little spots that he needs to be played in. Or if you have a triple tank comp, or if you have a Cap trying to jump over, like, you know, stuff like that. Melee heroes. And, you know, he's very niche until you get good at him. Next, we have Namor. Namor in this rank is kind of... He's worse. Like I said, I've been playing a lot of Namor. He's worse. And because of the 3 heal comp thing, it's a little bit harder to do things. But I will say, because of there's so many flyers, and if someone decides to dive, he kind of counters both of them. So I'm gonna say this. You are going to need to... There's 2 types of Namors. There's an average Namor player, and then there's a true Namor player. The true Namor player knows how to flank, and they know how to take these opportunities to get solo picks. That's the Namor player you're going to have to be. Otherwise, this character sucks. So I'm going to say that it's match by match basis, just like Moon Knight, until you get better at Namor. When you start playing Namor, and I mean for real, as like I showed you before, with the squids in different locations to alert and having consistent damage upkeep, your squids are always on rotation. You're never down a squid. You're landing your ultimates properly. You're getting picks. You're flanking properly. There's a lot to this character that just more than meets the eye. And until you learn to play like that, he's very lackluster, especially in this rank where you're getting abused. So you have to keep that in mind in this particular Diamond to One Above All. You have to keep that in mind. If you don't play like that, you're not going to get a lot of value out of this character. And you guys see it over and over and over again. People pick Namor to counter me when I'm playing Cap, and it doesn't do anything. Yes, Gamma Namor is a pain in the butt, but like, I still win my match. That's because he's lackluster. You need to know how to play Namor like that, and not a lot of people know how to do it. I only recently learned how to do it because I've been spamming a lot of games on this character. But it's not as simple as walking to the flank. There's a lot of game knowledge that comes into this character with the squids, with how you position, with how you... It's a lot. It's not a spam character. Penny in this rank. Jesus. Match by match basis, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Unless you're just a true Penny one trick, this character gets ran over. And even if you are a Penny one trick, this character still sucks. The only reason why she's good is because players don't know how to deal with her mines. But when you get to a rank, and I don't know specifically which rank it is. I don't know if it's Grandmaster. It definitely is Celestial. I don't know when that cutoff is, but when they start understanding how to path differently, how to take, like when they really start to understand this, your character is not a character anymore. That means you're gonna have to play Penny better than they know how to play against Penny. And that is a true one trick type of thing. Also, a lot of the times in this rank, you're solo tanking. Penny is just not a good solo tank. So she can do it. All tanks can solo tank. I tell you guys that all the time. But if you're playing against a team that understands how to play against Penny and you can't really hold your own as Penny, what are you going to do? So I don't think she's that great. They keep buff her to make her better. And to true Penny one tricks, I think these buffs are great. And these quality of life changes are great. But you need hours and hours on this character. I mean hours on this character. All we need is Wolverine. He's gonna snatch you up. All we need is Groot. He's gonna wall your stuff. All we need is a flying character like Iron Man and just float behind, smack the nest a few times, and everybody's good to go. All you need is Magneto to walk up and hit it. All you need is Hulk to jump on it. All you need is Cap to jump on it, dive past all the mines, and then hit the nest and then block the spiders. Hit the nest, block the spiders. Like, people know how to deal with this now, and the more you get closer to One Above All, the easier it is for people to understand what to do and how to do. And they're more coordinated. You don't have some DPS being impatient, running past the mines and exploding. You have everybody waiting for the mines to go away, and then they push together. It's hard. So I think she's there. Next, we have Psylocke. I gotta head to bed. It's 7 a.m. here. Any chance we can hear high elo Thor placement next? I could do that. I'll do that, Dreamer. I'll do it right after this. So with Psylocke, also thanks for watching. 7 a.m. Jesus. I know this was a long one. This is always gonna be long. Maybe I'll start earlier next time. I tried to start earlier this time, but it wasn't early enough, I guess. With Psylocke, undoubtedly one of the most broken characters in the game at this level. The closer you get to one above all, the more potent she becomes. She starts to learn how to pick off targets without ultimate, and that's dangerous because what I'll see is a Psylocke pick off one, move to the next, pick off the next, move to the next, pick off the next, and she just wiped 3 people without them even noticing what happened. It's similar to Black Panther. She's also one of the few DPS that can just straight up solo tanks. So, and that they have to play it well. She's not gonna just sit there and shoot, right? She has to like actually maneuver properly to solo a tank, but she can. And that's ridiculous. So, in my opinion, if you could play Psylocke, especially at this level, these will carry you a lot of the games for sure. And even if you are looking for an ult charge, when you ult, you're gonna get a pick or two, and your team is instinctively gonna know when they counter or when to capitalize. You guys have seen me play recently where I snowballed the game, right? I ran to the back and I staggered them, and they couldn't play, and we just went straight through all the points for free. That is what she can do. And that is what an entire team will do at high ranks. They will snowball and just start mashing through. If all you need is one ult pick for that to happen and the game is over, pretty crazy. So, a very good Psylocke will dominate a match without a doubt. Without a doubt. Let's do Thor real quick because Dreamer has to go. So, with Thor is... We already talked about how they need to have a little bit more thought process when playing Thor based off the changes, unfortunately. You know, you can't play exactly how you want to play. And again, I'm not here to say that's how Thor should be. I'm just saying that's what it is now. Thor in higher ranks. The thing about Thor in higher ranks is a lot of the Thor players, they really wait for the right moment to actually go in and do something. Most of the time, there is at least going to be one melee character or one diver. Most of the time. And usually that's what Thors generally play around. They play around that melee character. Maybe it's Emma. Maybe it's, well, Mag's not melee. But you know, someone who's going to be close enough to him, like another tank or something like that. And he'll play around that. So what he's going to do is he's going to be a nuisance to the front line. Not necessarily trying to dive the back line. He's going to be a nuisance to the frontliner. And should you step out of place, he's going to then go to you and he's going to take you out. This is why I say in higher ranks, it's more calculated in terms of how Thors generally play, because they know they can't be in the back line for that long. They'll get exploded. No dive tank sits in the back line for a very long time at this rank. Most of the time, people will blow you up. Venom will get exploded. Cap get exploded. You can't sit back there. You will get lit up. That's why I said this change doesn't really affect those Thor players because they can't play like that anyway. You're not missing shots on this character if you dive that backline like that. So he's just waiting for an opportunity. After he finds that opportunity, he will go to the backline. What makes Thor a good character is the simple fact that he can KO anybody. He is not a character that is scared to 1v1. He will win almost every single duel in this game, and he could potentially even 1v2. You just have to give him that chance to do it. He can't close the gap really far, but if he can manage to just get close enough to sit on top of you, he will KO you and probably the next person over there. So the old gameplay of Thor, which he'd just kind of run through your team, go right to the back line, he can't do that anymore. But the way that he gets the KO, the way that he still sets himself up is pretty much the same. He will still get you. And that's something that is always something to think about. Now, I will say with all these flying characters, again, high rank tends to play more meta than lower ranks. There's a lot more flyers there. There's like 2 or 3 every match. Thor players generally try to use their lightning to take them out. But again, a lot of Thor players just focus on what's in front of them. They focus on their little bubble. And should somebody get a little bit too close, he can see an opportunity somewhere, he'll take it. So I don't see him as a solo carry at this rank because people know where to be and how to stand. But he's similar to Cap in my experience when I play Cap, where if your team is decent, and they know how to follow you up, or they know how to play around you, you will win probably your games. You'll see times where I play Cap and I'll dive and I'll get a KO because that person was out of position. But probably majority of the match, I'm not getting any KOs. That's how Thor works. He's not lining up KOs repeatedly. The crazy thing about Thor, though, is he does so much damage to tanks with his lightning. Just a quick little look here, real quick. He does so much damage to tanks that he surprises them. So Groot, I believe, is one of the tankiest characters in the game. What usually he will do is he'll start fighting Groot, and he'll start pushing him around, right? Look how much damage he just does. Like, that's ridiculous. Then you don't factor in this, right? Or if you push him through that, he takes more damage. You don't factor in your lightning. This dude will light a tank up. He is more of a front to backer now than he was, where he would just dive through the team and do whatever he wants to do. He does have to be a little bit more calculated about how he does it, but this dude will light you up. And that's something that I notice a lot of tanks don't respect on Thor, is that he will do this to you. I learned real quick to respect Thor, so I don't play with him no more. Maybe I'll play with him for a little bit, but I ain't about to just sit there 1v1 no Thor. Nah. But yeah, that's typically how he's played. So pretty much same as Cap, where you don't really do anything crazy until you get the opportunity to. Once you do, he has more team wipe potential than Cap does, obviously, with his ultimate and how he can go from target to target and really KO somebody who's out of position and displace them. And he has a lot more agency over the field than Cap does, but it's still under the same category of he can't solo tank because people are already understanding of how he works. So that's where I would place him. Still a very solid character. And if you guys ever watch any high ranked Thors, you'll see kind of how they have to pause for a little bit and focus on what's in front of them, and then they'll go off and then they'll come back and go off and then they'll come back. And it might seem like they're extremely active, but what you see when a Thor does this in high ranks and they're just messing with the frontliner, right? They're doing the same thing that I do when I'm doing this right here.
I fight for more than a flag.
They're doing the same thing. The only difference is I'm always in the air and jumping around, but Thor doesn't need to do that. And what we do is we wait until we see someone slipping. And when we see you're a little bit too close, that's when I dive them, or that's when Thor will start putting on his lightning. And if you're too close, and so he'll just light you up. He'll even walk towards you because you're so out of position. And if you do manage to stay closer, he'll be able to chase you down, light you up, get you on that KO. So it's a lot more mind gamey with this character in these ranks, but he still does the same exact thing. Okay. I just wanted to get that out the way because Dreamer had to go to bed. Next is Rocket. We got a lot of players in decent team where people will just insta get the I'm gonna lose mindset, sadly. That's why I originally had good team equals easy wins, but I realized that would do that. So I put decent team. When I say decent, they just need to be 50% in the game. They just need to be half a good player, basically. That's all. You don't need them to position well. You just okay. Just just baseline teammate. Every character has a way to be decent, and as long as they are decent with that character, you will be fine. Moving on to Rocket here. Gonna go to bed before you collapse. Have a good night, Dreamer. Moving on to Rocket here. I'm not even gonna talk much about him, bro. This is like the most. He's in the same spot. You just AFK heal, and you will probably win more of your games than you lose, unless someone's very good at diving you. But we're in a poke meta comp right now, to where you're only gonna have one target dive you most of the time, and you should be able to outplay that. As long as your team doesn't suck, you'll win most of the time, like without a doubt. This is why people default to Rocket if they don't play support, and they're forced to. They'll just play Rocket. So it's pretty easy. Next we have, what's up, Select? How you doing? Hello, hello. Next we have Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch is a very good character. Like I said before, I'm not even going to spend much time on her. We already explained everything that she's good at and why she's a good pick. She's easily a solo carry character, without a doubt. Without a doubt, you play her well, you're going to win your match, especially with that ultimate. That ultimate is one of key crucial points to get right, but if you can get it right, one pick from that ultimate is good enough, especially because you can blow up tanks. Being able to one-shot a tank is pretty gnarly. So, very good character. Not gonna spend too much time on him. Spider-Man.
The right thing just makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Spider-Man in higher ranks is kind of a iffy topic because most high-ranked Spider-Man players have all his mechanics down pat, if not all of them, almost all of them. And I'm talking about all the crazy nuts tricks that you will see. The only downside to it is that players in this rank understand how to deal with Spider-Man a little bit more than players in lower rank. So he's not going to get away with all the nonsense that he would get away with before. And so a lot of the times when Spider-Man goes in for a KO, he most likely is not going to, especially without the symbiote. Even if he goes for an ult on the team usually can heal it. So if you guys don't know, Cloak and Dagger, if she wants to, she can just wait for this guy to ult and throw the healing bubble, and he can't KO through that with his ult. It's a little bit wild, ain't it? That's how much damage. That's how much healing she does. It heals through his ultimate. These are what people are going to wait for. So Spider-Man isn't going to, although he's annoying and he's a pain in the butt. This is why I say don't ban him in these ranks, because the odds of you going against a Spider-Man that's that godly is very low. Most of them are just going to be very annoying, and that's that. That's pretty much it. Especially in a meta right now where we have a lot of poke characters or a lot of flyers. Spider-Man will get chunked before he even gets to the fight. So he's going to end up with an HP kind of like this by the time he goes in, and he's going to have to decide, do I really want to commit on 175 HP or not? And if he doesn't, he's on downtime until he gets healed and he has to come back. So in that sense, you're really banking on your team. You're really banking on your team to capitalize on your crazy shenanigans, just like Cap would, just like Hulk would, just like all these people. The only thing about Black Panther and why he's higher in the solo carries is because Black Panther can actually KO a target. Spider-Man realistically has a very hard time KOing a target now, unless you're a very good player. And although his ult is still very good for wipes if you time it right and everything like that, there's a lot that can go wrong if you don't add value to your team. Let's just say I only add value when I ult, or only add value when a certain healer is down or when they're split, right? If a match is 4 minutes and I only add value for about 40 seconds of that 4 minutes, what am I doing the rest of the time? That's Spider-Man. So unless your team can really compensate for you, you're probably gonna lose. So if your team is decent, you will win. It's not a match by match basis because it really doesn't matter what they pick. I mean, unless they pick Namor, I guess. But a good Spider-Man can deal with Namor. It's just about, can your team play without you for a little bit? Wait for you to get picks. Like, you know how Spider-Man like to pull people off the map. Can your team wait for you to do that? It's very window-based gameplay at this point. It's not the same as seeing Spider-Man just flip around and go crazy. A lot of Spider-Men at this rank are going to sit there and pause for a second. Look, what can they get? Where can I get a pull? Can I get a KO? And then they'll commit, and then they'll go. Right? A lot of what you see Iron Fist do and Black Panther do, their uptime is phenomenal. Spider-Man doesn't have that anymore. Not anymore. So, although I still think he's a busted character, he requires a lot more effort to be truly busted in these ranks. Next we have Squirrel Girl.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
I still think he's great into flyers though. Like I still want to play this character and main this character. I've been practicing him, but he's successful in some niches. I will say that sometimes he is very successful, but most of the time people just know how to play against him. He's been played so much now. It's like very easy, especially when we have multiple characters that play AoE type shots and stuff. Like he struggles. He's only really a pain when there's multiple divers, but nowadays there's only one and it's going to be him. What are you going to do by yourself? You know, some of these characters only really thrive during specific metas or with specific partners. Next we have Squirrel Girl. Pretty much, as I said before, pretty much just kind of the DPS rocket. Can be anywhere they want to, can do any damage that they want to from any distance. Great snare, great ability to get away. At this point, people are very good at diving you, and they're better at sitting on you should you try to run away. But really good Squirrel Girls still make the game incredibly difficult. without a doubt.
Double kill.
I'm gonna say at base level, she's decent team easy wins, but if you're a true Squirrel Girl main and you're a good Squirrel Girl, she is a solo carry. I just know you need a lot of games to pull that off. With Black Panther, Hawkeye, Hela, Hulk, Iron Fist, Loki, Magic, Psylocke, Scarlet Witch, these characters kind of, you just need to play a little bit of them and you'll eventually start noticing your power of carry potential slowly start to rise, and you'll slowly start to understand what you should do and what you shouldn't do to carry your matches. With this character, it's not like that. You need to be... A Squirrel Girl main will know what I'm talking about, but you got to be a specific type of Squirrel Girl player for her to be a carry at this rank. They understand how to position. Players aren't clumped up as much as they are in lower ranks. There's people on off angles. There's snipers. There's flyers. Like, she's not as potent as she would be, but a good Squirrel Girl player will still solo carry a match like no other. Next, we have Star-Lord. Star-Lord is a little bit rough right now because there's a lot of poke-heavy characters, and Star-Lord really wants to get in range. You can see flyers as poke characters as well. Usually how Star-Lord tends to deal with flying characters, we'll just pretend like that's a flyer. Actually, there's a flyer over here. Usually how Star-Lord deals with flyers is pretty much like this. He'll shoot him a bit, and then he'll pull up and do this. And then he'll like finish it off. That's typically how that works. But if there's 2 or 3 flyers, you also have Ultron, which is laser based, right? He doesn't need to tap. He can like shoot a little bit and I'll fire, which he can follow. He can follow you. It's easier for him to land the shots. You have Storm with her lightning, so you can't really get close with Star-Lord. If you're dealing with like a Hela and stuff like that, you can get close, but you have to be a little bit more calculated on how you approach her because you'll just get lit up trying to get to her. So the only thing that makes Star-Lord a threat in these ranks is going to be his ultimate, but that's also counteracted by the fact that players understand how to deal with his ultimate. Get inside, healers know how to ult. A lot of the times players will just take him out while he's ulting. He's not as much of a threat. You're gonna need to be a very, very good player to make it work. Similar to Squirrel Girl, he is one of those characters that is, if your team is all right, you probably end up winning. Otherwise, you're going to need to be an amazing, you're gonna need to be an amazing Star-Lord player. And this is something that we noticed when I did a review for a Grandmaster Star-Lord player. I was talking about this. He was basically climbing off ult. And if that's you, I'm not BMing you, but I'm telling you what the review was about. He was basically climbing off ult, but he got to a rank, which was Grandmaster, where that didn't work anymore. And he didn't know how to play. He's a Lord Star-Lord that did not understand how to play, didn't understand how to flank, didn't understand how to do anything other than charge my ult a team. Well, what happens if your ult's negated? What happens if your ult is KO'd? Now you're on downtime and you're just being an ult charger. And in which case, you're probably gonna lose the match that way. So, that is what he's struggling with right now. I don't think he's a bad character. I think he's still a great character. But those are just the struggles that you're gonna run into more often than not. Once you become a really good player, like I said with the Squirrel Girl situation, you will solo carry your matches. You guys have seen me do it on my main account when I had to switch to a DPS. Sometimes I'll just run through a team. But I play a lot of Star-Lord. So, and that's not gonna happen every game, obviously. Nobody's in any rank is gonna just run through a team every single game unless you're smurfing. But you guys know, sometimes you get those games where you're on fire and you got the perfect setup and it's all you. Sometimes that happens, and if you understand how to do that, you will have more of those games than you would if you didn't understand how to do it. Next, we have Storm. So you think it's just easy to hit an Iron Man with magic as, let's say, Winter Soldier or Punisher? I think it's easy to hit an Iron Man with magic. Yeah, for sure. I had to reread that because I didn't understand. I didn't understand the question at hand, but yeah. I definitely think that if you're a magic player, that's not a problem for you. But for the most part, people, I think, give too much attention to flyers. Flyers don't carry matches, generally. What carries the match is what they can do for the people that are on the ground. If you just take out the people on the ground, what are flyers going to do? They're not going to be able to hold space. they can't hold point on the ground, right? People focus too much about getting them out the air. Just take out the people on the ground and they can't play the game. That's pretty much how you deal with flyers. Yes, sometimes you do have to take them out, don't get me wrong, because they're very oppressive sometimes, but most of the time you can just ignore them. As long as nobody's getting obliterated, and take out the people on the ground, then they're just kind of stuck. And again, magic excels at taking out targets in split seconds. When it comes to Storm, pretty much as I said before, she's more of an enabler. She's more of the type of character. She's not solo carrying a match. However, I have seen Jeff Nato solo carry a match. It's actually hilarious. It's actually full-blown hilarious. But the thing is, she's just easily countered with her ultimate. If they ult when you ult, like if Scarlet Witch ults on your ult, she probably will take you out, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you get that much HP. Yeah, she'll blow you up. So that'll happen. Also, you have situations where the supports will ult when you ult. You have situations where Star-Lord will just take you out when you ult. Like, there's a lot of counters to Storm's ult. But for like the main portion of her gameplay that's not ult based, she doesn't have a lot of carry potential. Now, there are some Storms that I've seen straight up carry matches, but again, those are some games where you're just on fire or your team is enabling you to carry and stuff like that. When you go into solo carry, remember, that's the list where it's like if your team sucks, you still win. When Storm can solo carry, it's not when her team sucks. I promise you that. So for the most part, she's more going to be just the same as she was before. Decent team equals easy win. As long as your team is pretty decent, as long as your team can use the damage amplification, she's very strong, but she's not going to solo carry a match. I personally don't ban her, because I know a lot of people do ban her. Like you guys have seen when I stream. A lot of people ban her, but I don't ban her because I don't have a problem. And you might be like, Poppin, you're crazy. You play Cap. Why don't you ban her? Like, well, for the most part, this right here is easily avoidable if you just run away and then come back, right? In terms of her hitting me, it's very hard for her to track me. And an easy way, I'm kind of telling on divers here, but an easy way for you to avoid being hit by someone shooting you as a diver, whether they're flying or not, is to go under or over them. If I go under her, she has to do this and this, and this. If you're someone that's on the ground, you have to like do that, right? So when people understand how to avoid damage, this is when these characters become less of a problem. And that's why I typically don't see much of an issue with the character. There are some good Storm players though. I've seen them and they make my life HE double hockey sticks, but majority of them aren't that much of a problem to me. But she's more of an enabler. As long as your team is doing well, you probably will solo win the match. I've been playing Storm quite a bit lately, actually, this season and last season, and you guys see me play on stream. I actually really enjoy this character. Sometimes they're just not what I want to play repeatedly. You know what I mean? It's more of I'll pick it just because type of situations. For the Punisher here, as I said before, you just need to aim to get value. People are more aware of your turret when you're playing the Punisher in these ranks, so you can't just pop turret down and expect not to get shot out of it. They will always shoot you out of it, so you need to be a little bit more cautious about how you do it. But for the most part, he is very strong against a lot of characters. And now because there's no dive, well, there's still some, but there's not a lot of them. He can kind of just spam from far away. And that's what he likes to do. He doesn't really want to get close. He just spam from far away, put his turret down from time to time, and just chill out and hang out. You have to do a lot of work getting through this character. And if you're playing Groot or Doctor Strange or Magneto, and this boy is sitting up here in the back doing this, it's really hard to pressure him. You have to wait for someone to go get him, or you have to wait for someone to snipe him, or you can attempt to try to push through, but you're about to take a lot of shield damage. Or if you're Groot, your walls are going to break. Or if you're Mag, you can only go little by little because you don't have protection for that long. Very solid character. The only downside to this character is his ultimate, and usually people will take you out during your ultimate. This ultimate is not as successful in higher ranks as it is in lower ranks.
Judge.
As soon as they hear this or see this, they're going to get into cover, or they're going to ult, or they're just going to take you out. If Cloak and Dagger decides to ult, or if anybody decides to ult your ult, that's a support player, they're going to KO you. Period. You're not going to be able to KO anybody through Cloak and Dagger ult unless you have Rocket ult or Mantis buffs you or something like that. And you got to hit all headshots. Invisible Woman will ult and they'll just take you out. Like, you're not going to be successful. So I guess that's more of a player diff, like a skill issue rather than a Punisher issue. But you are going to need to be more aware of how you're using your ultimate. In terms of the straight up carry potential this guy provides, he's similar to the other characters where you need to be decent. If you are a really, really good character with a Punisher though, like, or a good player, like if you main him, that goes up to solo carries because this guy can solo carry a match. But 9 times out of 10, a Punisher that you're going to run into, because they're not played a lot, there's not a lot of Punisher mains, you're most likely not going to see them just straight up carry a match by themselves. There's too much nuance and intricacies to this character that you need to play hundreds and hundreds of hours to get down to really become that type of gamer. So that's where I think he belongs to be, or deserves to be there. All right, next, Venom, my boy. All right. Venom. When it comes to Venom, this character is very... I'm gonna put it this way. The higher you get in rank, the more they jump around and the more they dodge your shots. So you're not gonna be able to land this as much as you think you will be, unless they are just... Unless they just decide to just sit there. I don't know. But most of the time you're gonna be playing off your ultimate, or you're gonna be playing to like distract, and you know, you're not gonna be doing anything but like stuff like this. He's very good at solo tanking due to the fact that his health pool is huge. He's very good at remaining in the backline for a while due to his health pool being huge. What you're lacking though is damage. You need to be very accurate with your shots, or you need to be very lucky that they don't get away from you when you do that. What you're mainly looking for is going to be the dive combo for a pick. So, you know, the dive combo into that, into the thing, into the pick. Otherwise, you're just going to be a distraction like Cap. You're not really going to get a lot of KOs. I will say he has more threat potential than Cap does. He can get a KO way easier than Cap can. But you just have to keep in mind, he's pretty like, I don't know, he's pretty like clunky. And the clunky character usually isn't the best character. I will say though that anybody that can capitalize on a Venom will be able to win the match. And then as you become a better Venom, just like a better Thor, just like a better Spider, Squirrel Girl, better Strange, better... As you just put hours and hours and hours into these characters, then you can move them up and they'll start being solo carries. As I told you before, I can solo carry with Venom, but that's because I have so many hours into this character. And of course, the cards have to be aligned. I'm not going to go into every single match and solo carry with Venom because that's just not going to happen. But there are some games where I'm enabled to do that, and when I get that opportunity, that's when I start rolling over games. So it's really just comes down to how much experience you have with the it just matters kind of like, can your team capitalize on you diving? Okay. If not, you're just going to be a waste. You're going to be useless. That's why I think he deserves to be there. Most of the time in this rank, people understand how to do that though. Very rarely do I dive and my team not pay attention. Like very rarely, very rarely. You have to be some straight up new players in that rank in order for that to happen. The closer you get to one above all, the more people understand what their tank is and when they should start being aggressive with you. So it's a lot less needing to tell them to do something. They will just do it. That's the fun part about playing in higher ranks, aside from the 3 supports every freaking game. Next we have Winter Soldier. Not even gonna say too much about this character. His kit is literally designed to solo carry matches. This guy can solo carry a match. Not even, there's no reason. Next we have Wolverine. So we were actually talking about Wolverine a lot in the first one, in the bronze to diamond tier list, and I was telling you that there was stuff there's fundamentals that the players just lack, that they don't have. But by this rank, you understand. And if you are a Wolverine main in this rank, you are going to carry matches. Without a doubt. More often than not, you're carrying the match. This character is extremely strong, and when you understand the ins and outs of fights, when you understand which characters can get picked off, it's not just the tank. Good Wolverine players know to pick off anybody. It could be the tank or not. You can be Rocket. If you're out of position and I can snatch you up, you're gonna get snatched up. These are the type of things that these Wolverine players think about. It's not just about grabbing the tank and bringing them to the team. There's a lot more to Wolverine that by this point you understand. And when you do all of those correctly, you will carry matches. This dude can run over a team like nothing. It takes a lot of mechanical skill to play this character, though. I'm not even lying. Like, it takes a lot of micromanaging everything. But when you get to that level, when you're able to do it, you're just gonna run over games. It's incredible. And you might be thinking, well, he's a melee character in the flyers. A good Wolverine can deal with flyers easily. It's about uptime with this character, and good Wolverine players know how to be a constant threat through a full duration. A bronze and diamond Wolverine player is probably going to be around for maybe like 5 to 10 seconds. A diamond to one above all Wolverine will be in the fight for probably about 20 to 30 seconds. It's just about that uptime. How long can you be there? And he is there. Those are the type of players who will get multiple of these in one fight without leaving the area. They'll be scrapping. They'll be scrapping. They don't leave. They're scrapping. They're scrapping. They're still in the fight. They're still in the fight. Just dashing around, jumping around, trying to avoid damage. And then they'll lift somebody again. And they didn't even leave. They're not being sneaky. They don't need to go behind. And then, you know, and this is stuff that you don't understand how to do when you're bronze to diamond, because you don't understand how team fights work yet. As you get to this rank, you understand it, and that's when Wolverine becomes more of a carry character. So, Wolverine, definitely up there. Next, we have Mr. Fantastic. As I said before, the character is great. We already explained everything that he can do, all the benefits. There's not really much of a weakness to this character. This character is pretty solid at everything. If there's flyers that are too far, he can't really deal with them, but a lot of the times they will get a little bit too close to the ground, and that's when you can start taking your advantage. It's just kind of about scanning and seeing them misposition, but that's pretty much what you're looking for. Oh yeah, and the fastball special, Dan. The fastball special is disgusting. Like, if a Wolverine player knows how to do that, it's a wrap. But yeah, pretty much as I said before, I'm not going to talk too much about Mr. Fantastic. He's a solo carry as well. He's just a solid character. He's probably one of the most solid characters in the game. Him and his wife, man. I tell you, maybe that was intentional, but both of them are the most solid, like, foundation characters in the game. Speaking of which, Invisible Woman.
Even when you can't see.
So a lot of what high rank is about when you're playing strategist in Diamond to one above all is it's not about you being the carry. It's about enabling your team to be the carry. They know how to work with Invisible Woman way more, which means they know how to, if you were to pull somebody off like that, the team knows how to capitalize on it. If you were to put your shield up on somebody and they're flying or something like that, or on the ground, they know how to play around your shield. They know that if a target walks through the shield, it'll slow them. Like they know what to do with you. And that's even more value than she provided in Bronze to Diamond, because of the simple fact that they know what to do with your kit. She's a very good enabler, and that's all you need from a strategist in these ranks. You just need a character that can enable them. This is why Storm is really good right now, because she's one of those enablers. If you just say, here guys, go play the game, and I'm going to give you bonus stats. I'm going to give you bonus utility. I'm going to give you bonus HP. I'm going to give you a free revive. Go have fun. That right there is enough to get your team to snowball the game for you. Invisible Woman has that type of gameplay. Everything that she does enables the team to have an easier time accomplishing whatever goals they need to accomplish. And this is why she's one of the best strategists in the game when it comes to utility. She obviously can't carry a match herself, but she will definitely win a game with her team should they be playing well. Next, we have Human Torch. When it comes to Human Torch in higher ranks, again, as I said before, he's more of an enabler. He's not a solo carry. But I will say that in these ranks, in these ranks, your team provides more often than not. Your team provides you with more room to solo carry a match. And I don't even know how to explain that one to you, but if you've ever watched a high rank Human Torch and you might think like, oh my god, they're so good and look at them dominate. They're not really doing that. Their team is allowing them multiple openings to play the game and to start rolling over their team. That's pretty much how he works. He's not creating it by himself, and in which case he can't really do it. But if you start having something like a cap run around for the team, this allows him to slam in. This allows him to get up close because all that attention's on him. I'm able to basically be an assassin. So in this particular instance, compared to Bronze and Diamond, you're playing off your team, which then allows you to carry the game. So, in my opinion, I really want to put him at solo carry. But if your team sucks, he's not going to. But more often than not, your team isn't going to be so bad, you're not going to get opportunities created for you. I'm going to put him at solo carry. Your team understands how to play enough for you to be able to pull off your solo carry. Next, we have the Thing. When it comes to the Thing, yeah, not much to say, really. This character struggles, especially in a meta where people are flying all the time. I would just put him at... If you're solo tanking, you're not going to have a good time, period. I don't care who you are. It's hard. You could do it, but he's not having a good time. Most of the time, you should just play something else. But I'm going to put him at... I'm going to put him at match-by-match basis. And then once you become a good Thing, like once you put more hours into him, he moves up to decent team equals easy wins. But like, if you're someone who's like popping, I want another tank to play, and I'm in Diamond or Grandmaster or Celestial, I want another tank to play. Who can I play? You're not gonna have fun. It's gonna be horrible. They know how to deal with this character. This character is not gonna be able to get close to anybody. You're gonna be rolled over. Until you get games under your belt, that is when you're gonna be able to work really well with those that are decent on your team, because he is a good character. It's just, it takes a lot to be good with the Thing. As simple as he might appear, simple doesn't fly when you're playing with people who understand the kit just as well as you do. So this is exactly why you see when people pick him versus me, I don't lose the match most of the time. It doesn't matter. You're not going to do much to me, right? And so, but there's a lot of good Thing one tricks that will pull off a lot of crazy stuff. I'm like, ooh. And you know you're a Thing one trick when you start doing things like flanking and running behind, and like that is pretty much when it's like, all right. It's similar to Namor. It's like on the surface, you're not gonna get a lot of value. But as you play, as you evolve your gameplay, alter how you approach every situation, you will start to become a better character, so to speak, and they will move up in tier in terms of my personal tier list. For the most part, when we're talking about this tier list, we're thinking about the average skill level of a player and what they would get out of a character when they pick them up. Not who's going to be a one trick, not their power, the amount of power that they have, and not all that. They're not thinking about that. If you were to just say, hey, Poppin, what character should I play? I'm Celestial right now, and I want to climb to one above all, or Eternity. What character should I play? This list right here would just tell you who you should start picking up. That's my goal for these lists. Okay, next we have Emma Frost. Solid character. I'm not going to speak too much onto her. She doesn't really solo carry anymore, but she's definitely really good with a decent team. She can still pull off plays, but she's not about to just straight up win a game by herself. There's too much room for error when it comes to playing Emma Frost that is then capitalized on as soon as she messes up. It's actually pretty incredible when you think about it. Like, if you've ever watched one of my games, or maybe a higher ranked game, or anything, maybe you watch another creator or streamer and you like see an Emma Frost, whether they're playing it or they're going against it, you'll like notice like whenever she messes up, the whole entire team capitalizes on it. It's pretty interesting. That's why I don't think she's a great solo carry, because if you mess up at any point, you're gonna get rolled over. But I still think she's a great character. But it's not about power and balance and stuff like that. So that's why. You would suggest you play whoever you want to play? Yeah, pretty much. You can play. That's how I always say. Just play whatever you want to play. This is just if you really are like, I want to minimize how much time and effort I put into the game because I got other stuff to do. I got kids, I got a job, I got school. And I just want to get this rank real quick, and then I'm gonna just chill for the rest of the season. This is why I make like that. That's the list for you guys. But for those that are like me, who are like, bro, I don't care if there's 4 flyers. I'm playing cat. Well, then play whatever you want to play. Last but not least, we got Ultron. He's actually a really solid character in this rank. Really solid character in this rank. The downside to Ultron is how slow his heals take place. And the downside to Ultron in this rank is that a lot of players tend to take off angles and tend to be separated from wherever the drone is. That's generally the thing that I notice the most, especially if I'm playing Cap. I'm never with the team, obviously, but you'll see a Hela over there in the corner or something like that. And then you'll see like the Strange right there in the front, but then you'll see Storm in the sky. And then like everybody's so separated that his kit is kind of weird. It doesn't work how you would think it works because nobody's near each other. That's the downside that you see a lot with Ultron. And this is why for you to get the most out of Ultron, you need to know how to cycle your drone. You should not be focusing primarily on DPS. That being said, should you know how to cycle your drone, you know how to focus on DPS, this character is a very, very solid carry. Also, being said, your team needs to be decent in order for you to do that. If your team is constantly getting KO'd, you don't have enough agency to carry the match because, you know, nobody alive for you to play the game with. That's pretty much where you're going to. So in my opinion, that's where he is. That is all the characters. I'm gonna take a quick snapshot of this from my video that I plan to upload. All right. So just to kind of like recap, solo carries are the characters that even if your team is pretty bad, you can probably still end up winning the game just by yourself, as long as you play properly. Decent team and easy wins. These are pretty much the characters that are very strong as long as your team is okay. And when I say decent team, I don't mean good. I mean like if you have a Rocket that's sitting there AFK in the corner just healing, that's decent. He's providing value by healing you and your team, even though he's not doing anything exceptional. That's decent. You can work with that. That's what I'm talking about. Even if your Spider-Man isn't getting 10 KOs, he's decent. He's distracting. He might be getting 1 pick and another. That's decent. That's enough to work with for you to carry the match. So those are pretty much where we are when it comes to stuff like that. You can provide a lot of value as long as your team is decent. And then match by match basis, this is based off what team comp your team has, what team comp the enemy team has. You might not be able to provide a lot of value for the team. Now, I will say for these characters in the match by match basis, these are the characters that if you get good at them, they move up. So as an example, I put Cap in match by match basis, but you guys know that I play a lot of Cap. And so my level of Cap is where if the team is decent enough, it doesn't matter what the enemy picks. They can pick Wolverine, Mr. Fantastic, the Thing, Flyers. I don't care. As long as my team is decent, we could probably end up winning the game. That is what I mean. So as long as you can get better at those characters, and you'll find more success with them. And then, of course, not worth your time. We didn't even have anybody there this season because I think every character is pretty valuable now, not compared to last season. Especially with team ups and things like that. Even though this list isn't focused on team ups, there's a lot of team ups that kind of improve these characters. That's where we are. It's not really just healers. You also have to have a decent tank, decent other DPS. You know, everybody has to be decent. It's not just the healers specifically, but I know that the healers have more of a game to play this season because there's less divers, so it's a lot easier to work with your healers this season because they're not getting hemmed up 24/7, which is very nice, I will say. I kind of like not having to worry about my team getting dove repeatedly. Feels good. But it also just makes it so that the healers are making it everybody invincible in a very long and boring game. So what I should be doing is insta-locking DPS for all of my high rank matches. I mean, if you're playing a support for any game in high rank, you're never a carry. That's not really like your role design. Just like tanks aren't generally either, right? The Hulk kind of can get away with it because of how he is, but like the real carry is going to be DPS. If we're playing League of Legends, the carry is going to be the AD carry, the ADC, or like an actual assassin or something like that. That's just typically how it works for high rank games. It doesn't matter which one it is. The devs specifically make characters with the ability to straight up carry a match. And that's just their design choice. In lower ranks, the non-carries can still be carries because of the decision making that they make. But in higher ranks, generally speaking, you're not being a carry on a physical standpoint. You're being a carry on a game knowledge standpoint. So if I play Cap, he's not a physical carry, but if I'm always distracting him, I'm always giving my team the picks on a fundamental level, I'm a carry. You know what I mean? So don't think of it about it like that. Think of it about more of just like what you provide as the character. Hulk gets hard countered pretty easy though. Yeah, but if you're a actual good Hulk player, counters don't matter. Well, it doesn't really matter about Hulk. It's like every character in this game. If you can play into your counter, it's not a counter. I think a lot of the times players put a little bit too much agency on counter picking. And most of the time when I see someone counter pick for an enemy, usually we lose because they don't know how to play that counter pick. So it really just comes down to who's piloting the character. As I said, I'm countered all the time when I play Cap. They will swap to Wolverine, Mr. Fantastic, the Thing. Maybe you have all three at the same time, but that doesn't mean I can't play. It just means I need to play differently. That's why Hulk is there. He's the type of character that, yeah, you have to play differently into counters, but you could still take out backliners for free. You could still 1v1 tanks. You could still 1v1 bruisers and stuff like that. Maybe not Wolverine, but other characters you most likely can 1v1. But yeah, that is pretty much the list here. We went through Bronze to Diamond, and we also went to Diamond to One Above All. I'm going to be making a very short video just kind of showcasing all of this and whatnot. And I'm going to just briefly go through Bronze to Diamond list and the Diamond to One Above All list and posting them on my channel. So make sure to look out for that if you just want the basic rundown. But if you want the in-depth, it's always going to be through the streams. So this is pretty much where we're at. What if you're just better at Apple Smacked? Maybe it's not a character thing. Maybe you're just better at playing the game. Right? Right? Why does it have to be a character specific? Why can't you just pat yourself on the back and say, bro, I'm a god like Rocket. I'm a god like Punisher. What's up? But yeah. Thank you guys for watching. It was a great stream. Like always, I enjoy streaming for you guys. I hope you guys learned a lot. Tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming actually because I want to stream that new mode. If there's customs that we can play, we should definitely play together. But I plan to stream that new TFT looking mode tomorrow. But aside from that, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching, guys. If you guys want to continue any conversations, of course, check out my Discord because we always talk there. But until next time, you know what I always say. You guys are doing what? Happen often. Well, often. Thank you guys for being here, and I'll see you guys next time.